here she comes, rolling like a tank. Not a real name, but she'll break the whole bank. Dropping the hammer, exposing the scene. True crime warrior, keeping it clean. Keeping it clean. Keeping it clean. Yeah, 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 yeah. Morning star glare, sharp as a blade. Justice on her tongue, call it lemonade. Sweet for the righteous, sour for the fake. She's the kind of storm you don't wanna wake. Fixing misinformation, stitch by stitch. Unraveling the lies, ditch by ditch. She don't flinch, got the mind of a hawk. Cutting through the chatter, she don't need to talk. Beep, beep, here she comes, rolling like a tank. Not a real name, but she'll break the whole bank. Dropping the hammer, exposing the scene. True crime warrior, keeping it clean. Pretty much at 4 a.m., brains a busted circuit. Bethany said I'm dumb, but I ain't one to word it. She the funk, I'm the liar, tangled in her pyre. Super nice people, dust clouds when I fire. Don't know what happened, dream of disguise. Could have been a movie, script in my eyes. Pretty much that's all I can muster. Rusted gears grind, my head's a fluster. Bethany's gospel says I should be crying, but maybe I'm dreaming, or maybe I'm lying. TikToks heavy like my boots on gravel. Thoughts unravel, demons dance and I travel. She a preacher of pain, I'm the choir of blame. Burn bridges like my nights, no two flames the same. 4 a.m., truths a whisper in the haze. Dreamt or lied, can't tell in this maze. Pretty much that's all I can muster. Rusted gears grind, my head's a fluster. Bethany's gospel says I should be crying, but maybe I'm dreaming, or maybe I'm lying. At 4 a.m., brains a busted circuit. Bethany said I'm dumb, but I ain't one to word it. She the funk, I'm the liar, tangled in her pyre. Super nice people, dust clouds when I fire. Don't know what happened, dream or disguise. Could have been a movie script in my eyes. Pretty much that's all I can muster. Rusted gears grind, my head's a fluster. Bethany's gospel says I should be crying, but maybe I'm dreaming, or maybe I'm lying. Clock tick-tocks heavy like my boots on gravel. Thoughts unravel, demons dance and I travel. She a preacher of pain, I'm the choir of blame. Burn bridges like my nights, no two flames the same. 4 a.m., truth's a whisper in the haze. Dreamt or lied, can't tell in this maze. Pretty much that's all I can muster. Rusted gears grind, my head's a fluster. Bethany's gospel says I should be crying, but maybe I'm dreaming, or maybe I'm lying. Yeah. and screaming, chaos in the wind. Drop D grinding, the bass kicks in. Miley Drake's playlist, sassy, classy charm. Moonlit vibes, tomboy tough, alarms in my arm. Seahawks rapping, tomboy flex. Cat K laughing, got Randy perplexed. Rats with the Zelda game, Lucy Morning Star bright. Busy popping wisdom, brandy in the fight. Moderating the mess, keeping it clean. Kick control ass, eliminating the scene. Chrissy Chaos, Alicia J. Sheen. Keep it real, keep it raw, never routine. Never routine. Never routine. Never real, keep it raw, never routine. Typically unique like a fingerprint twist. SRB, shadow lurking in the mist. Meg P's anthem, blasting through the static. Zelda sword swinging, keep it cinematic. Randy Bird with the snapback tilt. Cassie sash sharper than a blade built quilt. Christy calls the shots, Alicia in the wings. Chaos in my head, but the melody sings. Sirens wail, bassline growl, moonlit shadows, voices howl. Trash talkers silence, their echoes gone. This is our anthem, heavy like dawn. Never routine. Walk your door, man. Keep it solid. That's 24, it's a war. Molly Cat keeping score. SRB in the thread. Sassy Cassie at the door. Moonlit visions. Typically unique collisions. Seahawks, fan spitting wisdom. Tomboy charming the system. Moderating the scene. Keep it clean, keep it mean. Kick control ass. Eliminating trash. Keeping it real. Pushing the truth fast. Moderating the scene. The digital combat. Khaki clicks, bands quick, wretch on the flick of the wrist. Zelda slays with the sword, Randy Fur won't miss. Meg P's got the squad, Lucy Morning Star raw, Fizzy popping off, Brandy B breaking law. Chrissy's chaos in the wind, Alicia J begins again. Messy threads meet the end when the truth is they descend. Moderating the scene, keep it clean, keep it mean, kick control ass, eliminating trash, keeping it real, pushing the truth fast. Moderating the scene, the digital combat. Sirens wail, chaos trails, but we stand tall, no fail. Every troll's derail, hit delete, send them to jail. Keyboard warriors with the baseline roar. Drop the guitar, scream, leave the haters floored. Yeah. I'm on my money, won't. I'm on my money, won't. Last 24, it's a war. Molly Cat keeping score. SRB in the thread. Sassy Cassie at the door. Moonlit visions, typically unique. Pretty much at 4 a.m. brains a busted circuit. Bethany said I'm dumb, but I ain't one to word it. She the funk, I'm the liar. Tangled in her prior. Super nice people, dust clouds when I fire. Don't know what happened, dream or disguise. Could have been a movie script in my eyes. Pretty much that's all I can muster. Rusted gears grind, my head's a fluster. Bethany's gospel says I should be crying, but maybe I'm dreaming, or maybe I'm lying. Clock tick-tocks, heavy like my boots on gravel. Thoughts unravel, demons dance and I travel. She a preacher of pain, I'm the choir of blame. Burn bridges like my nights, no two flames the same. 4 a.m. truth's a whisper in the haze. Dreamt or lied, can't tell in this maze. Pretty much that's all I can muster. Rusted gears grind, my head's a fluster. Bethany's gospel says I should be crying, but maybe I'm dreaming, or maybe I'm lying.
All right. Welcome back to the cafe, guys. We're open for business. It's a late one, y'all. Good to see you here tonight. Thank you so much for joining me. Missed you guys today. How did I join? I joined Lana this morning, and I also joined Lee over at Devil's Advocate today. Both great shows. Super, super happy to be there for both. But now we're here at the cafe with all my peeps, and I'm super happy to see you guys. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. I hope you're all having a great Monday. And let's hang out and talk some schmack. See what we got going on tonight, guys. Make sure you share this out, hit that like button, and let everybody know what we be doing in here. Let's do this thing. That's all I can say is let's do this.
Flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brave. At the True Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay. In the True Crime Cafe.
All right. Welcome back, everybody, to the cafe. We are open for business. Grab a seat, heat up that cup of Joe, and let's get the show on the road. Come on in. It's great to see you guys here tonight. I really do appreciate you all so very much for joining us. Thank you for those of you that were over there supporting Lee this morning at Devil's Advocate. Another great show. Just as much as Miss Lana over at Truth and Transparency. I just bounced from one to the other. It was great to be on both this morning. Two amazing creators I very much respect and love both, to be honest with you. So it's great to be there with them this morning. And here we are tonight here at the cafe. So welcome back, all of you meatballs and all you other amazing, beautiful people. It's great to see you here tonight. Thank you for joining me. Come on in and grab a seat. Let's see who we got in the house tonight. Where are we at here? Miss Robin Lynn in the house. Good to see you, Robin. Thank you so much for joining us. Bianca Jane, the beautiful Miss Bianca's in the house. Welcome back to you. The Canadian Cat Lady, so great to see you. Christy's Chaos in the house. Hey, hey. Make sure you subscribe to that channel for sure. Please and thank you. Foxy Rose, great to see you. Seahawks fan, welcome back to you. And another one, Miss Typically Unique. Miss Kim over there, make sure you subscribe to that channel as well. Mods, please make sure to drop these links if you will. Beach Babe, great to see you. T-Coon, welcome back. And speak of the Devil 1-1's in the house. Good to see you right along with Miss Robin. Wonderful to see you both. Thank you so much for hopping over here and joining us tonight. I do appreciate you all so very much. Miss Rowena, great to see you. The Tomboy in the house. A bird has landed. And Moto Man, welcome back to you, brother. Great to see you as well. Michelle F., always happy to see you in the house. Let's see. Moonlit Baby, good to see you. And my buddy and my brother, last 24, Mikey's in the house. Great to see you, bro. Scully, what is up, brother? Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Another channel everybody needs to be subscribing to is Skull Machi, the man himself. Pennywise, good to see you. Good to have you in the house. The piglet, the murky one, that murky piglet. Good to see you, Murky. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Robin. Doc J, welcome back to you. In Stitches, what's up, neighbor? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Beach Babe in the house. Phyllis, Phil, good to see you, Phil. Always happy to have you here. Phenomenal Mom, same to you. Great to see it all tonight. Come on in and grab a seat. Let's see here. Show. T-Coon, welcome. Good to see you. Astastic, welcome back to you. Great to see you tonight. Linda Bond, I know it's not super late, guys, but anything that goes past like 3 in the afternoon, it's a late show for me. 1-1's going for a triple cappuccino. Get it, brother, get it. False Star, good to see you tonight. Thanks for joining us. Pro Burger and Proud. Hey, good to see you in the house tonight. Thanks for joining us. Jennifer Meineke, welcome back to you. See what we got here. What, Fact Digger? Wait a minute here. Fact Digger. Karen ALBA. Also, it looks like I can't do anywhere like Lee did it, but they're in the house too. Good to see. Welcome, Jen 7. Vonda, welcome back to you as well. Guys, please make sure to hit that like button, share this out, and subscribe if you have yet not. Thank you, Jen. I did get your email. Welcome back, Just the Devil Woman. Good to see you tonight. And of course, Pennywise. Always happy to see you. Essie Michael, good to see you. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat, get comfortable. Let me grab some. I'll be right back. Oh, whoa. Hold on. Looks like Miss Michelle just dropped a membership in the house here. It went to Just a Devil Woman. Congrats, Devil Woman. Welcome to the sauce. We got 5, actually. 5 new members already. Where'd these other ones come from? I missed those. Let me see here. Hold up. Moto Man became a new member. Thank you, Moto Man. Welcome to the sauce. Miss Bianca gifted a membership. That came from, or that went to Pennywise. Welcome to the sauce, Pennywise. That is so awesome. And you guys are already hitting up the goals. Hey, Murky. Let's get this party started. Happy holidays. Thank you so much. It was number 1 on the goal list. That's amazing. Thank you so much for that, Murky. God bless. It looks like Hearts from Julie hit it up, number 2. Thank you so much for that. And then, of course, like I said, Bianca Jane dropped a membership right behind it to Pennywise. That's amazing. Moto Man became a new member as well. What else we got here? Let me see. I know there's a couple of things that followed it. Michelle F dropped a membership again from earlier. Thank you again, Michelle. Welcome, Buddy Bear. Good to see you, brother. Bianca Jane, number 3 on that goal list. Thank you so much for that, Miss Bianca. God bless. So very generous and sweet of you, as she always is. Oh, what in the damn? Moto Man just dropped 20 memberships. Good Lord have mercy, sir. Good God almighty. I can't even see who got them yet. 20. Thank you so much, brother. Damn. I don't see. Nope. SRB's not in here. Christine Hurd, welcome. Poetic Justice, welcome. All right. Where'd these drop, Moto? Let me see if I can get to them. Damn, brother. Thank you so very much. Here we are. All right, guys. So, looks like Poetic Justice. C. Diane 846, Mary Holt, Leon Bimpson, Foxy Lady, Mega Fluffy 17, Mischief with Mimi, Creamy Row, Dog Lover 7675, Silver Bowl 30, Derek Crossman, I'm sorry. Stacy T29, T209, I'm sorry. Snappy Cat 83, Saren Gentry 7757, Sleuth Squad. Let's see here. That cat came back. Love the name. That cat came back. Down the rabbit hole. Congrats to all of you. Lay in Hope 6629. Quinn 24. Lydia Unhinged. Let's see here. Is that it? Let me make sure. Holy hell in a handbag. Wow, brother. Thank you so very much for that, Moto. And congrats to all you 25 new members, 25 new meatballs jumping in the sauce in the first 5 minutes of the show. That's amazing. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for all of you, for all of that. We got 5, half of the gold done already, too. God bless. You guys are just simply amazing. God bless. Merry Christmas. Yes, I love seeing all this green. Green looks good on everybody. We got 5, 5, 5. Damn, bro. So very, very generous of you. I know, Tandy just said it. Thank goodness we got bigger pots for the sauce and the meatballs. Absolutely. You are not lying, Miss Tandy. Plenty of room. Plenty of room. Thank you so much, Moonlit. God bless, hon. And God bless all of you guys for being here. We do appreciate and love each and every one of you guys so very much here in this community at the cafe. And it is so amazing. MK and Ultra's in the house. Great to see you, my friend. Thank you for joining us tonight, I should say. I can't get it right ever. All right, let me see. Since we got 25, what do I have in here? Do I have anything in here? Let me check. I just might. Looks like I might. Yay. Let's see what happens here. Let's make it an even 30 new members, guys. See how that works. Let's see. MK and Ultra, Buddy Bear, all of them in the house. Good to see you guys tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. Double Jags. Christine here. Great to see you guys. There's 5 more for you. We'll make it an even 30 at that point, guys. And that looks like Roxy Tucker, Speckles, Cheeseburger 7144, Ritzy Cat 8063, and Fox 994 received new memberships. We got 30 new members jumping in the sauce tonight. That is amazing. Guys, make sure, because you just never know when you're going to get them. Make sure that you guys hit that $sign down in that square at the bottom in that circle and click on that to be able to receive memberships and gifts, to be able to receive gifts, okay? And you should be able to receive those memberships when they go out, because you can't ever tell when it may happen, because this community is amazing and so very generous and gracious in here. Truly, 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 they all are. Amazing. And thank you all so very much for that. Looks like Robert hit number 6 on our goal. Thank you, brother. Much love to you. God bless. Very much appreciated. If you're going to steal my thunder, that's how you do. Dago said, just say everyone but the cat lady. Hey. Good to see you, cat lady. We love you. Yes, it is awesome seeing all green. You don't always have to be green to be part of this family, though. That's a fact. We just like that color. I don't even understand it, cat lady. I don't understand it. The cat's meow 3. Welcome to you. We'll work it out one of these days, cat lady. You're always part of this family either way. It doesn't matter. Jenny 444 in the door. Hey. Good to see you, Jenny. Thank you for joining us. Yes, we do appreciate you all so very much. And we love everyone being here. That's a fact. I love how the chat is on the Christmas tree. Right. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. 147 of you beautiful peeps in the house. And we got 82 likes, so we are catching it up, guys. Just a few more to hit that 100 so we can get this into that algae. See what we're doing. Come on in and go grab a seat. Boy, it's hot in here now. All the memberships got me all worked up, y'all. My D's going to blow off my hat. And guys, please make sure to hit that like button when you come through the door. Share it out to everybody. Let them know what we be doing in here. Ghost story with pick and news. All right. Thank you, Kane. Let me go ahead and throw this in right now while I can before I forget it. Liv Tina, good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. And the link is pinned at the top of the chat, guys. Feel free to join old Dago up here and keep me company if you want. Plenty of room, and I promised I showered today. I don't smell bad. And I'm wearing Burberry, so it smells pretty good. Wonderful to see you, Love Tina. What are you talking about now? Oh my God, see what? My D's gonna blow off my hat. That's right. Sorry, that didn't come out right, did it? It's all good. It's all good. It's great to see you all tonight. Let's see who we got. Oh, you dropped two of them. I'd only seen the one. Jelly Bean. Always good to see you. Hearts from Julie. Good to see you as well. And thank you for the super chat. Miss Jelly Bean in the house. We don't get to see her all the time. Great to see you. I didn't see the other one, Robert. Let me see. Let me go back through here real quick. We got 6 out of 10 so far. Somebody's gunning for the oh, this is number 6. Okay. My apologies, bro. I see it. Thank you very much, brother. More appreciated than you realize, sir. More appreciated, guys. Again, donations and tips. There's the other one right there. I got you, Robert. Thank you, brother. Never expected anything that is made outside of the super chats, guys, is going directly towards Christmas because Christmas has to happen this year. So anybody that chooses to support the channel in that sense, not saying you need to, whether it's the Venmo, PayPal, Cash App stuff, guys, every bit of that is going towards Christmas. So thank you to those of you that choose to support us in that way. It is beyond appreciated, you guys. That comes from the whole family, just so you know. Daisy Lady, good to see you. And again, guys, don't think you need to. It's free to be here. I don't charge people to come in here, I promise you. I'm not that guy that says, I ain't starting till you hit my goal. Nope. Stuff drives me nuts. Yeah, I do feel like family after all this time. You should. You are family. 100%. You've been here a long time, ma'am. A very long time. Yes, I'm glad you feel better too, Tina. Poor Miss Dago was sick last night. You charge him 11.12 or 11.22. I love it, dude. 1-1. Good to see you in here tonight, brother. Gilly, good to see you as well. Just say chugga chugga. Woo woo. Oh, tomboy. Oh, tomboy. Do I have to do it? Do I have to do it? There you go. Hell no, I ain't gonna yell at you guys. I love you guys. I don't understand that dude either. I don't get it. I've never seen anybody do that kind of shit. Except for him. I have not. That's a good question. I haven't seen Truth Seeker. It's been a few days, so Stargaze Oyat. Is that how I said it? I say it, I hope. Great to see you, Gilly. Creamy Row, welcome to the sauce and welcome back. Oh, thank you so much for that. I appreciate that so very much. I try to be the best I can. And Miss Meg in the house. There's our mega star. Thank you, Miss Meg. Number 7. That is so awesome, Meg. God bless, hon. Merry Christmas to you, my dear. Appreciate you so very much as well. Another one of my amazing team members and crew members there, Miss Meg. We couldn't do it without her. That is a fact. You're amazing, Meg. Thank you, hon. We love you. Miss Bianca. Two very awesome and talented people in this chat right now as well. Miss Bianca's in the house. And of course, Mr. Scully Skull. I got something I want to throw up there for you guys to check out from Scully real quick, if you don't mind. Mikey Mike. Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? I didn't get to play this the other night, and I wanted to. But Scully does all these very, very talented videos and things, you guys, that you just... he's stupid talented, truly. Him and Bianca both, along with our own videographer, Miss Molly. Very talented. So I want to throw this out so everybody sees this. And then you guys need to run over, if you've not yet done it, and subscribe to Scully's channel, folks. Please and thank you. If you have not yet done it, what are you doing with your life? But check it out, y'all. Thank you, Skull. Appreciate you dropping that to me, too. Did somebody drop an 1122? Is that what you were saying? 1-1 did. I didn't even see that. I am so sorry, bro. I love your passion and unwillingness to succumb to nonsense. Keep up the good work. Great friendship to the den. You are always welcome. Thank you, brother, so very much. How did I not see that go through? Where did you drop it at, bud? 1-1 did that, and I don't see it anywhere in the chat. That's crazy. I'm so sorry I didn't see it until just now, 1-1. My apologies, brother. I'm grateful to have met you and Miss Robin, JJ, and I love being over at the den. That's no lie. And 1122 and 11. Thank you so much, bro. Seriously. Why is it not showing up in my chat, though? That's weird. I never saw that. Thank you so much, Christine. God bless. As are you, my dear. Every one of you. And there's my Lucci. Coming in screaming. Back Digger is jumping in the sauce with the rest of you awesome meatballs. Great to have you in the sauce there, Fact Digger. Thank you for joining up. We appreciate you very much. Love having you in the family. Let's see here. There it is. It finally showed up, 1-1. My apologies, brother, for not seeing that before. And thank you. God bless. So very generous and gracious of you. For real. I appreciate that so much. Crud Dog in the house. Good to see you, Crud Dog. Thank you for joining us. Let me have you guys up. There's your top beep beep. Miss Lucy's in the house, guys. You gotta behave now. Gotta behave. All right, let's check this out from Scully, guys. And please, if you have not yet, please make sure you subscribe to his channel. We will talk about it, Scully. We will talk about it, brother. Maybe I'll make you an honorary mod just because you're so very talented. I gotta talk to the crew first. I don't do anything without talking to the crew, bro. Got to be fair to them. All right, let's check this out. Thank you again, Scully, for dropping this. I think you guys are going to enjoy this.
Room don't reset, light still, street still here, nobody left to ask. Thought continues, sirens gone. The echo still breathe, Porsche's empty, but the air feel heavy, windows dark.
Welcome, Miss Noni.
I don't know, but it do feel calm. Stress spreads down, where people once stood. The scene ain't loud no more, but it still don't look good. They called it over, cause the noise ran dry. But quiet ain't closure, it's just sound that died. When the cameras leave, what stay behind? Aftermath, ain't nothing explodes. It just sit in the space where the questions froze. No sirens, no screams, no crowd online, just time. Walk in circles around the same sign. Aftermath, don't scream, don't beg, it just waits in the dark, like it knows what's next. Nothing taped here, nothing to zoom, just empty rooms and leftover truth. Mail still come, lights still blink, world keep moving faster than think. They say move on like it's a switch, but silence sticks when it's stitched like this. Every step echo louder alone. This place still speaks, just change the tone. Steel met the mirror when the mirror met the wood. The silence is screaming loud, harder than you could. They scrub the physical, the plasma in the bone, but the house is still vibrating in a terrifying tone. Into the corner in a heavy lab coat, trying to find rhythm in a slashed open throat, but the math don't add up. The variables are blurred, the timeline is a ghost story, or so I have heard. Was it 3, was it 4, was it 5 and more? When the fabric of their lives was so jaggedly torn, with the vibe gone live, with the rigorous tenant, but the clock on the wall is a bet they're all betting. She's standing in the car, looking down at the bed, trying to put a win on the pile of the dead. The controversy's brewing like a storm in the gut. Every file she opens stays halfway shut. Time of death is a guess, it's a smudge on the page. While the killer is miles away, exiting the stage. Bodies lay cold for 8 hours or 10 while the roommates were dreaming. No, was it back then? The hallways, the arteries clogged with the dark. Every step through the corridor leaves a wet mark. Did they hear the floor groan? Did they hear the steel slide? Or did the silence of the house help the monster to hide? The coroner's talking, but the story keeps shifting while the smoke from the massacre still slowly drifting. Large knife, she says, vicious, she says, but she can't tell the families how they spent their last days. Were they sleeping? Were they waking? Were they staring at the blade? While the time of death column is left in the shade. The incompetence is heavy, the mystery is thick. The thought of them waiting makes the city feel sick. It's a gap in the record, the hole in the log. The reality is drowning a forensic fog. And the house was a carcass, the silence was dying. Still the timeline, loose on the state. How many attentions does a message retake? Aftermath, at the end of the frame, it's the part they skip cause it don't explain. Cameras still live, but nobody left to press rewind. Silence log, scene unchanged. The stain remains, tracks exterminate. No.
Absolutely awesome, Scully. Thank you so much for that, bro. I appreciate you and all your absolute, I call it art that you put out, sir. Great job as always. Very, very well done. Very articulated as well. Great job, brother. Great job. And guys, please make sure to check it out. You will not be disappointed. Scully does a lot of different music and things like this. He does an amazing job with it. Very, very much. And it also looks like Bunny Murphy dropped another one on the goal. Thank you so much, Bunny, for that. Oh, wait a minute. Yes. And Daisy Lady, thank you for that. Let me get back over here to this side. And we hit 10 out of 10. That is amazing. Super amazing. Thank you so much. God, you guys are all amazing. Wait a minute. Hold up. Who's that one there? That's Daisy Lady. Bunny. Fact Digger. Congrats. Welcome to the sauce again. 1-1 with the 1122. You gotta love that one. Miss Meg, thank you so much for that. For Mr. Robert again. We got the 5 memberships there. Robert again. Miss Rowena, she dropped one in there as well. I didn't want you to miss. I had these starred, guys, to be able to save them. Of course, Moto Man dropped 20 memberships. The lovely Miss Bianca dropping hers in there. And Michelle F. Moto Man became a new member. Miss Bianca Jane dropped membership as well. Hearts from Jules. Again, the murky one. Miss Julie, I'm sorry, became a member as well. And Bianca Jane dropping that first membership. You guys are absolutely amazing. That is so awesome. And I appreciate you all so very much for hitting that goal. God bless. And thank you all more than you know. It means more than you so much to me, you guys. Thank you. And welcome SRBBB. Good to see you, SRB. Thank you so much for joining us. Boxy Rose, great to see you as well. Come on in, grab a seat and get come. There's Truth Seeker right there. Somebody was just asking about you. Wonderful to see you, Truth Seeker. Hope you're doing well. Great to have you in here tonight. Oh, let me see. Show. Let's see. Right turn, Clyde. Welcome to you. Good to see you. It is snowy, a little bit snowy here, and kind of chilly. Jesse Lynn's in the house. Good to see you. Oh, no. We're just starting, Jesse. Don't worry. You didn't miss another thing. 166 beautiful peeps in the house. 112 likes. We're getting there. We're almost there. You guys rock and roll. I love it. Again, right turn, Clyde. Inside your bones. Welcome back to you, dear. Good to see you tonight. Hemisphere. Welcome to you, brother. Good to see you. How are you tonight?
Oh, I'm good, Dago. How you doing?
I'm good. Good to see you.
It's
Come on
good
up,
to see
guys.
you.
Join us if you choose. The link's pinned to the top of the chat. We're just discussing things and hanging out tonight. Come on in. How's the day going for you today?
It's all right. It's another day.
I have to promise to solve the case tonight. Well,
Well, that's going to be kind of tough.
I was gonna say, I don't know about that one, buddy. I'll try my hardest. I can tell you that much.
It's without a timeline. It's kind of hard to do without a timeline. Gotta have a
Mm,
good timeline. We don't have one.
I get it.
I got.
SRB. Go
I did
ahead.
see Jules' video. She was saying that while she was trying to put all that together, the time didn't sync up well enough because it was like 2, 3 seconds off. So
Gotcha. Oh well, I'm sorry to hear that, True Seeker. I hope you feel better. I appreciate you being around always, though. Thank you for that. No, I get what you're saying, Hemi. That's wild. Julianne, good to see you. Why are you jamming to this? It was a jammable song. Had a good beat to it. I have one more I need to show you guys too, because I like when these creators come in that are, especially if they're part of our community, when they come in here and they give me the ability to share their stuff. I really want that to be able to share their stuff so that everybody sees and hears the things they put together, because it's important to me that they get seen and heard. They work hard on these things. They do amazing jobs, and I think that they should get a lot more credit for the stuff they put together. That's just my opinion. Some people are like, I didn't come here to listen to music or watch videos and so on and so forth. Well, I'm sorry, but when people that are in my community come in here and they do things, I'm not saying any of you guys, but I've had people say that to me before. When they do things and put the time and effort into it, I think they deserve to be noticed for it and to get credit for it, because they're very talented people. So that's why I do that, whether it's with Scully's stuff, Miss Bianca's, or any of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's why I do it, guys. And I try to support. Welcome, Contessa. Good to see you. As many other creators as I can, whether they're big creators, small creators. You know, and it doesn't matter what they're covering. Reality with Krista Marie. She doesn't cover the true crime stuff, but she does a great job with what she does cover. She's part of our family and we love her, so I'm going to support her and put her link out there and try to get people to go watch her show that are interested in that kind of stuff. So that's just how a community works, in my opinion.
the way Jules was explaining, she's a perfectionist, so she likes it to be on point, and she just couldn't get it all lined out. Now,
Yeah.
that could mean a lot of things. That could mean that the videos was manipulated or cut out or sped up or slowed down. It could mean a lot of things. I mean, she's
Sure.
even. I think she said something about she's going to look into it and get on her tail about getting that video, but I don't know. We'll see.
Well, Lana said something about it this morning about what they probably did, and they need to do something about that. Like, it's Monday. You made your mistake, if that's what you're going to call it. That's fine and dandy. Now fix it. Period.
So
Especially when she's paying the money she's paying.
my
Truly.
question is, Dago, what are they scared of that we might find out?
But that's how it seems to be, though, dude. If they've been hiding so much stuff. Welcome, George Stewart. Good to see you. They've been hiding so much stuff that there's no way that I can believe that they're not purposely doing it. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, if he's your guy and you're 100% sure he's your guy, then what have you got to worry about, right?
I mean, yeah, let it out, let it be, let it be what it is. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Let me check something here.
So that way, when they do come up with an official documentary about the IDAHO4, we're not going to be sitting here going, "No, that's bullshit." Well, that might be true. No, that's bullshit. That's all lies. It's all a lie.
Absolutely. All right, so they're saying in chat that she posted that they called her back. I'm looking right now. Let me see. Hold on 1 minute. Um,
Mm,
let's see. Let's see. Let's see.
Another thing that I've noticed too, and you know me, I like to watch videos, so I caught Pavarotti's video he put
Mm-hmm.
out. Seems like I like to talk about him every time I come on live with you.
That's all good.
He's about that Ford Explorer. I think it was parked right behind Jeep,
Yeah, the black one, right?
the one that
It
we
belongs
don't.
to the Chapins.
Yeah, well, he rode the footage and said it looked like that came in right about 4:30 in the morning.
See, he said that before, and you know, I respect Bob 100%. I can see why he could think that, but here's the problem: is that Eric Gower didn't, until we can disprove that. Eric Gower did his interview, and in his report it says that when he picked up the girls at 10, whatever time it was, to take them to the corner club, that vehicle was there, and when he brought them back at 1:56, that vehicle was there. So that's the problem we have to deal with right there, is figuring out what the deal is with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and then when I hear that, then I hear somebody saying that, well, Ethan and Xander was driving that all night, and they pulled up sometime at 1, a little bit after 1. So there you go again. It's another example of, okay, so how does this all fit? And it just, I don't know, it don't fit. It's like said the other day. Once you think you figured one thing out, then something else comes along and says, "Oh no, 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 that don't add up. It just don't add up." Not to say he's a liar or anything like that. I'm not
No,
doubting Bob.
I agree.
I respect him and everything like that. But I'm just saying, it just does not fit. I don't see how that fit.
Well, that's what I don't understand is if Gower's correct, okay. Moto Man says it makes you wonder who are they hiding? Must be someone awfully close to law enforcement or local politics, or it's to avoid a massive lawsuit. I believe the Chapins know an awful lot. I agree with you on that, Moto, and thank you so much for that, brother. Appreciate you again. That's a good point.
And see, the Chapins has been very quiet throughout this whole thing.
Well, I think that's been done on purpose because there was a statement made that they did know, they got information very early on. So is that why? Because they were quiet? Or, unlike the Goncalves family, or is it because they were doing what they were doing for Othram, blah, 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 so on and so forth? It's hard to say. You know what I mean? Very hard to say. I'm going to say that I trust in it, right turn. It was brought out and vetted early on by, as much as I don't follow them now, Drunk Turkey, and then Olivia covered it. She doesn't cover anything really unless she makes sure what it is real. And then also Lana, and I trust Lana. So just saying. That's my opinion. And I don't expect everybody to think and feel the same way I do, but
Yeah, I was listening to that. That was a good live Dago with Lana this morning.
yeah. Yeah. A lot of people were asking to see and hear that again. I've had messages, people coming to me as much. This is probably going to make Lucy start screaming in the chat, but asking me to hear the rest of the Kim stuff. And I'm like, well, I have it, but we've heard a lot of it already. It is what it is. Let's see. I'm just trying to go through chat here real quick. I haven't got to see you in a while. I don't get notified for you, Kane. It's wild. I don't understand why I don't get notifications for typically unique. Miss Potts, a lot of them I don't. It drives me nuts. I miss a lot of stuff. Welcome, KS, Jess, and Art. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, the Jeep had been sitting there. The red Jeep had been sitting there for a while, from my understanding, and it wasn't able to be moved because of the battery issue. Oh, yeah, I definitely agree with that, Jesse. That was probably why I didn't know you were live, buddy. Everybody's got their times. I thought I did set it to all. I do usually with everybody on the notification thing.
It's not a good feeling when you see somebody's having a half-ass investigation and come to find out that they did maybe like bare minimum of investigating. Because once they put their minds on Kohlberger, it just seemed like, let's just throw everything else out the window. And
right. Holy
so
hell!
if they, I'm sorry.
Oh, real quick. Sorry to interrupt you, but damn, Moto Man,
Okay.
thank you again, brother, for the super chat. Do you guys notice the only family that fought for the truth were the only ones that never attended the crime scene the next day? Oh, that's interesting. I'll say that much. Very interesting. And again, so very generous of you, my brother. Appreciate that. I started another goal after that other one got hit so fast. So that's number one towards that, guys. Thank you so much. You guys are so very generous. I appreciate it so much. Very, very generous and kind of you, my friend. And yeah, that's an interesting point. Very interesting point, sir. There's a lot to think about with that. It does make you wonder, as does many of the other things we've talked about. Back to what you were saying, buddy.
I was just kind of think about that. I've been kind of a little bit disappointed about the families as well, which I don't blame them, But it, if they had any sense of how that investigation was going, and I don't blame them for putting some form of heat on MPD and law enforcement, I get that.
Oh, they need to, yeah.
But especially now, since the docs are out, so the truth is there. If you go and dig around, and I'm sure they already know who all the players are. So all the blanking and redactions are probably going to, they can put two and two together, and
Yeah.
to see that there's unknown male B and D, they don't even know who that is. They've cleared.
They don't want it. Well, let me say this to you. I think they do know who it is, but they don't want us to know who it is. This is just, again, my opinion. It doesn't mean that it's anything. They absolutely could not know who it is. But again, my opinion, guys. I just, for whatever reason, I feel like they know who it is. And I think that's part of why they have not allowed for us to know. If that makes sense.
And then if he's still walking the streets, and then you got Kohlberger sitting up there taking the rap for it. I mean, I understand you don't really give a shit about Kohlberger, but still, you got the wrong man, and you know they got the wrong man.
Yeah.
Should be beating down damn doors and cussing people out.
Uh-huh. Agreed. I think a lot of this issue, one of the big things, the big deals, we were talking about it today on Lannis, on Truth and Transparency over there with Lana. The timing advance stuff got brought up. I think that's one of the biggest issues in this case. I think that shows where a lot of the prosecutorial, I always claim judicial misconduct too, comes out at that point. Big time, in my opinion. Okay. It's just an issue. It's a big issue. Thank you, Mikey. And there again, guys, make sure you jump over and subscribe to Miss Kim over at Typically Unique. I promise you will not be disappointed. She does great stuff. Welcome, Deborah Ackland. Again, Mikey, thanks for that. And there is her link, guys. Please go check her out. Claire Riley's in the house. Good to see Claire. I still think the 2:30 audio was a mistake, considering the next one the next one sent was half silent. The latest fully silent, and I think Amber made a boo-boo with the 2:30 footage. In what way, Claire? How do you think? That's an interesting statement. What do you believe they did to make the mistake? They played games with which was suspect card number 1. Good point. Yes. Yes. Oh, I saw that too, Robert. I saw that. Yeah. Great to see you, Deborah. Back to what I was saying, though. I wanted to give you guys a little bit of an insight because it was the cops they were covering for the police. Is that how it works there, Kane? Canebo? Because of the stuff we were talking about with the timing advance stuff, I wanted to throw this up. Hey, Kat, good to see you, Kat K. Welcome. Because I love her. She does great stuff. Miss Lucy put together a video. This was a while ago, you guys. Okay. And I've been thinking about the timing advance stuff all day since I was on Lana's show this morning, and it was early afternoon, but since we talked about it. And Lucy put this together back in November, I think it was, like a month ago or so. And I love a lot of what Lucy says and does. I follow her channel, of course. I still don't get notifications for her ever, but she doesn't do lives, I don't believe. She just does these pre-recorded things. But this video she put together goes and talks about this timing advance stuff, guys. And if you understand a lot about what they've done with this, I think this is a big deal. This is in relation to the Cy-Ray stuff and all that. So I want to play this video. And again, I want you guys to make sure you subscribe to Lucy's channel. She puts out deep stuff, and it makes you think on everything, and it shows some things. So I just wanted to review this with you first tonight and get everybody's thoughts and feelings on this. And again, Lucy, thank you for doing this, hon. You did a great job as always. And please, guys, make sure we drop Miss Morningstar's link in the chat, if you will.
Let me ask you another question. In the Senate hearing, in response to Senator Wyden.
Oh, hold on, man. It jumped ahead. I want to start it at the very beginning. I think we reviewed this once, but I really want you guys to see this that didn't. Hold on here. Jacob Monster's in the house with one of his awesome questions. If the audio in the new footage is really how it is real, how did nobody hear that and did call 911 and went to check what happened with all? I think that's the question of the year, Jacob, and a great question. Thank you for that, sir. Talking of timing advance, how did they know BK went to Costco? That's an interesting question. Other than the video they had, that's an interesting question. Good point there, my friend. Very good point. Thank you for dropping that link. That is Lucy's link, guys. Make sure you click it, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and please don't miss anything Miss Lucy puts out. We appreciate everything she does, and I'm grateful to have her as part of this crew over here because she does make sense with things. Walking Yantonka is in the house. Good to see you, Tonka. Thanks for joining us. And Miss Anna D, great to see you as well. Thanks again, SRB.
this question of whether the FBI is currently purchasing Americans' location data. You indicated that it was limited to data derived from internet advertising. It's since been reported that the FBI has admitted it bought U.S. location data. Is the FBI purchasing location data from commercial sources without a warrant?
This is an area that requires a little more precision and context for me to be able to answer that fully. So let me have my staff follow back up with you so that I make sure that I don't leave something important out.
I'll disclose with the FBI had 3.4 million backdoor searches of the FISA database without a warrant in 2021. Can you say whether the FBI is continuing to search the FISA database without a warrant for Americans?
Well, if you're asking about our use of 702 queries,
I am.
those are, there is no warrant requirement under the Fourth Amendment for those queries. It's fairly well settled. The 3.4 million figure that you're talking about, I guess I would say a couple things. One, that's not 3.4 million people. That's 3.4 million search terms or query terms. Second, that's not those are not queries in violation of rules. Those are just queries under
My time has expired, but the committee will look into the warrant requirement later.
Sure will. You sure will. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
The American people need to understand what just happened. My Democrat colleague just asked the director of the FBI whether or not they are buying information about our fellow Americans. And the answer is, well, we'll just have to get back to you on that. It sounds really complicated, but I have other questions. I'm sitting here with my father. I will make certain that between the man sitting next to me and every person he knows and my ability to forever hold a grudge, that you will regret not following my direction. I am sitting here waiting for the call with my father. Sounds like a shakedown, doesn't it, Director?
I'm not going to get into commenting on that.
You seem deeply uncurious about it, don't you? Almost suspiciously uncurious. Are you protecting the Bidens?
Absolutely not. The FBI does not and has no interest in
you won't answer the question about whether or not that's a shakedown, and everybody knows why you won't answer it. Because to the millions of people who will see this, they know it is. And your inability to acknowledge that is deeply revealing about you. But let's go from the uncurious to the downright nosy. How many illegal FISA queries have occurred under your leadership of the FBI?
Well, there are reports that have come out with different numbers about compliance incidents.
More than 1 million illegal ones? Because that's what the Inspector General said. The Inspector General said that in the 3.4 million of these queries, more than 1 million were in error. Do you have any basis to disagree with that assessment by the Inspector General?
I'm not sure actually that's a correct characterization of the Inspector General's findings on that.
The internet will remind you of that in moments. But let's now go to what the court said. The court said it was over 200,000 that have occurred on your watch. Do you have any basis to disagree with that assessment?
Again, I don't have the numbers as I sit here right now. What I can
Seems like a number you should know. How many times the FBI is breaking the law under your watch, especially if it's like over 1 million, to not know that number? And I'm worried about your veracity on the subject as well. Play the video.
Letters for investigation of the Capitol. I don't believe FISA is remotely implicated in our investigation.
So there, Senator Lee's asking you whether or not FISA was in any way involved in your January 6th investigation, and you say no. Was that truthful?
I said that I did not believe it was.
Okay, so now let's pull up what the court said, which was something a little different than what you said. So here, nope, that's not the right one. Yeah, here we go, right there. It says, the government has reported additional significant violations of the querying standard, including several relating to the January 6, 2021 breach of the Capitol. So I guess the question, Director A, is did you not know when you were answering these questions that the FBI was engaging in these illegal searches, or did you perjure yourself to Senator Lee?
I certainly didn't perjure myself. At the time that I testified in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee, I didn't have that piece of information. I will add.
Well, that was a court order. You didn't have that piece of information because the court hadn't yet rendered a judgment. Did you not know when you gave the untruthful answer before Senator Lee that this was going on?
It was a truthful answer. I did not believe FISA had been involved in the January 6th.
But it was. So you didn't. The answer is the FBI has broken so bad that people can go and engage in queries that when you come before the Congress to answer questions, you're like blissfully ignorant. You're blissfully ignorant as to the unlawful queries. You're blissfully ignorant as to the Biden shakedown regime. And it just seems like it gets into a kind of a creepy place as well. Go to our next image on what the court said. Like, just so the American people realize, the court has smacked you down, ruling FBI personnel apparently conducted queries for improper personal reasons. People were looking themselves up. They were looking their ex-lovers up. Who has been held accountable or fired as a consequence of the FBI using the FISA process as their like creepy personal snoop machine?
There have been instances in which individuals have had disciplinary action and who are no longer with it. I can't get into it here, but we can follow back up
But
with
don't you see that that's kind of the thing, Director Wray, that you preside over the FBI that has the lowest level of trust in the FBI's history? People trusted the FBI more when J. Edgar Hoover was running the place than when you are. And the reason is because you don't give straight answers. You give answers that later a court deems aren't true. And then at the end of the day, you won't criticize an obvious shakedown when it's directly in front of us. And it appears as though you're whitewashing the conduct of corrupt people.
Respectfully, Congressman, in your home state of Florida, the number of people applying to come work for us and devote their lives working for us is up over 100%.
We're deeply proud of them, and they deserve better than you.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 5 minutes.
I'm gonna.
Welcome, Bad Mom Bree, and I just saw her there. Yeah, thank you guys so much for joining us tonight. And again, Lucy, thank you. If you pay attention to this, guys, it will make some of this make some sense. Great job again, Lucy. I appreciate it very much.
Talk a little bit about this idea that there's some issue with who did the work. In reference to Google, they claim that the CSLI work alleges co-worker around the King Road residence. And this same claim is in Exhibit A signed by Detective Blaker.
Give me just a minute, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you, Detective Mallory. I don't have the other questions for now, but hold on, the prosecutor might.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Thanks, Mr. Thompson.
Ms. Jeans.
Okay, Ms. Jennings.
Mallory, I want to go back and talk a little bit about this CastViz. Can you explain to me generally what is CastViz?
It's just a software that is useful in creating visualizations of the bulk detail records.
Okay. So how is it useful? What does it show?
It shows the location and the direction of the cell towers and their sector antennas.
Okay. Now, what version of CastViz do you have?
Currently, I think I have 33 on my laptop. It's prompted me to update to 38, but at the time, I believe I had 30 installed.
Well, this is inaccurate. The officer signing the affidavit did not claim to do the cast work.
So walk me through. You start up the software program.
Yes.
And then what do you do?
Drag the text file from the CDRs into the system. It ingests the files and then produces a display of that data.
Okay. And is that what you did on the 19th?
Yes.
The officer signing the affidavit did not claim to do the cast work.
And then what did you do with that visual that was displayed?
The visuals, I created screenshots, created the screen capture of the video. CastViz also allows a timeline playing view that you can record separately with Windows Code and some software. I can save those.
Other than uploading the CDRs,
the officer signing the affidavit did not claim to do the cast work.
other than uploading the CDRs.
Did you mean AT&T?
Yes. They didn't claim to have gotten those records and put them in to their program to determine the approximate locations of the phone.
Other than uploading the CDRs, did you change any of the settings on CastViz?
The only thing that I would have done was gone in and changed made sure that the time was correct because they were coming in at the TC. It was a coordinated time. I wanted to make sure that those were representative of the local time.
All right, so you just changed it to Pacific?
Correct.
Any other changes?
No.
That was done by Special Agent Balance. And the affidavit makes that clear. And defendant ignores the entire paragraph within Exhibit A that makes that clear. Quote, I consulted with an FBI special agent that's a certified member of CAST. This paragraph goes on to explain what CAST is, what CAST does, the experience that's involved, SA Balance's own experience. And then the law enforcement officer then states, From information provided by CAST, I was able to determine estimated locations for the 8458 phone.
So you were talking about how it does not automatically save.
It does not.
Okay. And you chose not to save.
No, and in the exhibit that was provided, the actual text says that if you need to save the session file.
Okay. And can you tell me why didn't you save these settings?
I was creating the visualization exhibits. That's what I was doing with that.
Any reason to save the settings?
No.
Could this be recreated or redone in the same fashion?
Yes, I can, again, open the software, drag the CDRs back in a very short time it is generated.
And it would give you the same information?
Yes.
Is that why you didn't save it?
Yes.
That's not claiming to have done the CSLI work, but instead is just a reflection. The work was done by balance. Investigators reviewed that and then made some determinations of the approximate locations for that 8458 phone.
I want to switch over to the other session files that you found. Were those session files created by you?
No.
Okay. And did you ever use those?
No.
And have you now turned those over, provided those?
Yes.
The work was done by balance. Investigators reviewed that and then made some determinations of the approximate locations for that 8458 phone.
Let's talk about that time frame then and what you did. Did you actually use a CAST-Viz program at that time to create something?
Yes.
I'm gonna talk a little bit about this idea that there's some issue with who did the work.
With the CAST-Viz program, what's the first thing that you did?
Once the program is open, you can drag and drop the CDR records into the program.
CDR means call detail records.
Right.
Did you do just 48-hour records or did you do full records in April of 2023?
I only did 48-hour records.
They didn't claim to have gotten those records and put them in to their program to determine the approximate locations of the phone.
How many times did you use the CAST-Viz program in relation to Brian Koberger's call detail records?
I don't know.
More than once?
I recall doing it for the grand jury because I wasn't the main lead in the call detail records investigation.
I don't understand what that means.
I wasn't the main person looking at those call detail records.
You weren't the main person with the call detail records, but you put them in the CAST-Viz program anyway?
For the grand jury, I was requested.
Okay. What did you rely on in producing those? Producing whatever you produced for the grand jury?
What did I produce? As far as the AT&T records?
I want to know what you relied on to do that, to produce something for the grand jury.
I don't understand the question.
Okay. You weren't the main guy with the call detail records or with the CAST-Viz programming. Did I understand that much right?
There was another investigator that was doing it.
Okay. But you end up involved in it somehow in April of 2023, is that right?
That's why I was asked to examine the data to provide that for the grand jury.
Okay. Was that all of your instruction?
What do you mean by that?
Well, you're asked by somebody else who's actually doing this part of the investigation in the case to produce something for the grand jury to use. And I'm curious about what you relied on, to get to that point. I want to know all the records you relied on, all of the emails, all of the conversations you relied on to produce this thing that you're not the expert for.
So I wrote the affidavit for the AT&T records, received the AT&T records. Those records were also given to another investigator who was the main investigator doing the CDR records. Prosecution then asked me to provide or create some type of visualization of the call detail records and examine the call detail records for the 4 hours in question.
That was done by Special Agent Balance.
Just to be really sure, when you talked about writing the 2 warrants for AT&T, we're talking about 2 warrants that relate to Brian Koberger. There were a lot of other warrants. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want to be really clear on that.
Chair now recognizes himself for an opening statement. 8 days ago on July 4th in the Western District of Louisiana, the court found that the federal government suppressed Americans' First Amendment free speech rights. In his conclusion on page 154, the court said this, the judge said this: plaintiffs are likely to succeed on the merits in establishing that the government has used its power to silence the opposition. Opposition to COVID-19 vaccines, opposition to COVID-19 masking and lockdowns, opposition to the lab leak theory of COVID-19, opposition to the validity of the 2020 election, opposition to President Biden's policies, statements that the Hunter Biden laptop was true, and opposition to policies of the government officials in power. All were suppressed. It is quite telling that each example or category of suppressed speech was conservative in nature. The court further writes, the United States government seems to have assumed a role similar to an Orwellian ministry of truth.
It's hard to see, isn't it? What I want to know is what you relied on to get that first one that talks about WSU and the cameras at WSU. So where'd you get that?
Yes, ma'am. So Special Agent Rob Hildy with the FBI was also co-located with us. He was tasked with analyzing that video from WSU and the surrounding area. So it was a conversation between he and I, pointing out areas of locations where the car was likely seen on surveillance footage. And that's what I relied upon to create that map.
So you created that map how?
Through PowerPoint, I believe, ma'am. Memory serves.
You saved your work on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's go to the next map. That one would appear to be a trail or a path from south of Moscow back towards Lewiston or back towards Palm. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get that now?
Same thing. It was just created using open source satellite imagery and I think it was PowerPoint.
Did you create that?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get the information to draw that trail?
So that was used from the cell phone records referred to me by Special Agent Balance on his interpretation of possible places where someone could have driven between the location that starts there and then back to Pullman.
So you did this on some open source mapping, not anything from Nick Balance creating a visual for you?
No, ma'am. I did view a draft report from Special Agent Balance to help me conceptualize this, but it did not look like this map.
Where's that draft report?
It is, best of my knowledge, it's already been provided to the prosecutor's office through the FBI channels.
Is this the lengthy past draft report or is it a different draft report?
Well, it would have to be the draft cash report. That's the only cash report I'm aware of from Special Agent Balance.
Specific to the FBI, the court said this: the FBI's failure to alert social media companies that the Biden laptop story was real and not Russian disinformation is particularly troubling. The FBI had the laptop in their possession since December 2019 and had warned social media companies repeatedly to look out for, quote, hack and dump operation by the Russians prior to the 2020 election. Even after Facebook specifically asked whether the laptop story was Russian disinformation, the FBI refused to comment, resulting in social media companies' suppression of this story. And as a result, millions of our fellow citizens did not hear the story prior to the November 3rd, 2020 election.
May is the first one. And was there anything else from AT&T that you saw or relied on to get the second one off the ground?
No, ma'am.
And in the first AT&T search warrant, are you aware that part of the request was for timing advance reports?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, that also appears in your second search warrant request, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And not only do you ask for the timing advance reports from AT&T, you asked for them from several other companies, correct? Verizon's version of it, T-Mobile's version of this kind of timing advance report. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When was the first time you saw AT&T's timing advance report?
I do not recall when I first saw it.
Where is it?
To the best of my knowledge, all that information from those returns has been provided to the prosecutor's office.
If I tell you I don't have a timing advance report or any from the other phone companies, where do I look for them?
I would direct you back to the prosecutor's office. Everything that Moscow PD received, we, in that realm, we have turned over to my knowledge.
But you know you've seen this report, is that right?
I do not recall if I've seen the timing advance reports. I'd have to see what it looked like to know if I've seen it.
Do you know what it is?
Not particularly. I'm no expert.
Okay. You wrote the search warrant, though, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, how did you get the language for that if you don't know what this is?
So there's no secret that I rely heavily on people who are very highly educated in these topic areas to write the search warrant. So that language was likely conveyed to me through people who know much more than myself about cell phone data.
Who are those people?
Like I said, FBI agent Balance and Detective Mallory were probably my two main points of contact for helping me with that language.
During the course of your investigation and work on the case that became the case that we're here for now, did you communicate with Agent Balance by email?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you communicate with other FBI agents by email?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that relate to the investigation of the scene and later the investigation of Brian Koberger?
Certainly, yes, ma'am.
Were those communications that assisted you in preparing affidavits and search warrants to carry out your duties in the case?
I do not recall.
But you recall the emails themselves?
I recall sending emails to FBI agents, yes, but specific stuff.
And receiving them?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are those emails now?
All emails that Moscow PD is aware of have been turned over to the prosecutor's office.
All right, I can have just a minute.
Sure, thank you.
Hang on one second. Lucy, is there any way you could pull that document? Hemi wants to kind of look at that document. So could you pull that document, Lucy, and drop it to me real quick, please? If you can. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions for now, but I think you have a couple of exhibits on that front end. If you don't need them for us, maybe I'll take them back.
Additionally, the FBI was included in industry meetings, bilateral meetings, received and forwarded alleged misinformation to social media companies, and actually misled companies in regard to the laptop story. When the court says the FBI misled, that's a nice way of saying they lied. They lied, and as a result, important information was kept from we the people days before the most important election we have, election of President of the United States, election of the Commander-in-Chief. In a survey last fall, 4 out of 5 Americans said they believe there's a two-tiered system of justice in America today. They said that because there is. They said that because of what they've witnessed. Think about what Americans have seen. National School Board Association, left-wing political group, writes the White House and asks them to treat parents at school board meetings as terrorists. And the Garland Justice Department does just that. They put together a memo, set up a dedicated line of threat communication, a snitch line on parents. As a result, parents get investigated by our FBI, get a threat tag associated with their name, 25 of them, because whistleblowers came and told us we're investigated by the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Other investigators tell you you're applying for warrants?
Absolutely.
And is that what you did?
Yes, ma'am.
And is what you relied upon detailed in your probable cause affidavit?
Yes.
Now, talking about the timing advance records, are you aware that AT&T didn't provide timing advance records in December of 2022?
I do not remember.
Are you aware that they did not start providing those records until May of 2023?
Objection, Layton.
Cross-examination.
It is overruled. Go ahead.
I'll re-ask. Are you aware that AT&T did not start providing those records until May of 2023?
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor?
Thanks. Let's start there. May of 2023. Do you have timing advance records now for May of 2023?
I would have to direct you to Detective Mallory to answer that question. Go ahead.
Okay. Did you write a new warrant for them in May of 2023?
I do not recall.
If you included them in 2 separate warrants in December of 2022, but they didn't provide them, why would you do that?
With the language that was suggested to me to write the affidavit. So
Language suggested by an FBI agent who's an expert in the field?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. And do you know if he saw the timing advance reports?
I do not know.
All right.
Americans have seen the FBI's Richmond field office put together a memorandum saying pro-life Catholics are extremists. They've seen 20 FBI agents, SWAT team members, show up at the home of Mark Houck and arrest him in front of his wife and 7 children, even though he had indicated he'd be happy to turn himself in. And what was he arrested for? Him and his 12-year-old son were praying outside an abortion facility. Some guy starts screaming in his son's face, and he did what frankly any dad would do, defended his child.
Now, those first and second AT&T warrants were how many hours from receiving the return on the first one until the second one was given to Judge Marshall at 4:45?
I do not remember.
Not very many hours, though. Would that be fair?
Likely not.
What's interesting is the National School Board Association apologized for the letter, but the Attorney General refuses to rescind his directive. The FBI did rescind, thank goodness, the Richmond Catholic Memorandum, but they refuse to tell Congress who wrote it and who approved it. And Mr. Houck, when he got his day in court, he was acquitted by a jury of his peers.
Do you have a sense as to whether these records matter to us and what we're doing to defend Mr. Koberger?
Given the timing of these records, from what I can tell in the emails that were produced by Detective Mallory, these records were generated on the 23rd of December. It's when everything started with probable cause statements. If I had to pick a time when the wheels fell off the wagon, that's the date. There are statements and there's assumptions made in the records that will never be supported by the data. There's a lot of claims that are said in these emails, and even the name files of the records are problematic. But it does not represent what it's claimed to represent.
Sounds like those might be pretty important to us defending Mr. Koberger.
I could give examples, but I know it's very technical thing, so I'm not, it could be extremely impactful to either side. I'm not saying just in defending Mr. Koberger, it could be extremely impactful in prosecuting Mr. Koberger. The problem's the problem, not what the data helps or hurts.
American speech is censored, parents are called terrorists, Catholics are called radicals, and I haven't even talked about the spying that took place of a presidential campaign or the raiding of a former president's home. But maybe what's more frightening is what happens if you come forward and tell Congress. If you're a whistleblower, come tell the legislature, come tell the Congress what's going on. Look out. You will be retaliated against. Ask Garrett O'Boyle, who told Congress about these issues. Took his clearance, they took his pay, they took his kids' clothes. Ask Gary Shapley, 14-year veteran at the IRS, handled some of the biggest international tax fraud cases at the agency. He comes forward and the Justice Department kicks him off the case. But here's what's truly unbelievable. Here's what's amazing. With all that history, with all that, the Justice Department and the FBI want the taxpayers they censored, the parents they labeled, the pro-life Catholics they called radical, they want them to pay for a new FBI headquarters. And they want FISA reauthorization of the 702 program in its current form. It's in the director's opening statement. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. There are 204,000 reasons why Republicans will oppose FISA reauthorization in its current form. 204,000 times the FBI improperly searched the 702 database. And unlike the FBI censorship in the court's opinion that was focused on conservatives, the FBI's illegal scrutiny wasn't just limited to conservatives. BLM supporters were illegally scrutinized by the FBI as well. And I hope our Democrat friends will join us in opposing reauthorization of Section 702 the way it's currently done. And I think they will. And I hope they will work with us in the appropriations process to stop the weaponization of the government against the American people and end this double standard that exists now in our justice system. That I yield to the gentleman from New York for an opening statement.
Desperate to find out the timeline in this case and when the state knew what and when. There's no question that motions to suppress are coming. Motions to suppress are coming on warrants. And whether or not those motions to suppress are based on Frank's material because misrepresentations are made depends on the timeline. So if there's a representation made in a warrant that things happened in a certain way, if we are able to look at the timeline and say, we know that the state knew this when, that gives us an answer on whether or not the suppression issue includes a truthful statement in the affidavit. And if I'm not making sense, I want you to tell me to clarify that. But we need to know the timeline of all of the evidence in this case and when the state knew what it knew, or why certain things were being looked at before Mr. Koberger's arrest or well into late in the year in 2023 related to the victims, and try to piece together, is that something that the state is still seeking because they're pursuing the alternate suspects that exist in this case? There's so many things that we're trying to understand. So what we're asking you to do is enter an order compelling them to produce the subpoenas. You see that they had at least two in their possession that they possess, and it will clarify it for us.
Nicholas Balance as well.
Yes, ma'am.
What was the distance that you had in proximity to him?
He sat in the same
lab that I did.
And so was that a cubicle setting? Can you describe the setting?
It's a secured forensic lab. It has a door.
And then inside, is it open? Were you in separate offices?
It's a single room.
Single room. And so you were literally in the same room with Agent Balance?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that for the entire time that he was co-located there?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you aware of his ability to have access to AT&T records without a warrant?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, item 2B in our fourth motion to compel is item 224. That's the CAS biz log. And this one is rough. The court heard last week Detective Mallory say, I don't have any of those, except I found these other items that we'll give you now, which were not Mallory's CAS biz logs. The hard part for us about this one, Judge, and I have to make a record. I think you can order them to double check, and I'm going to ask you to order them to double check. But the hard part of this for me is that on January 9th, we asked for these CAS biz logs. And the response was from the state was CAS biz does not produce logs. And that's just not true. It does. It's capable. It produces logs. You've heard that in the testimony. Then we filed our motion to compel and explained we have an expert, it produces logs. We're going to bring them. And the response was the working files were not saved. We received that response on April 23rd, 2024. And then on May 10th, we got a little bit more explanation about default settings were used and optional session files were not uploaded. This is really, really difficult because of the varying answers that we've received. The court's heard testimony from Mr. Ray about how important these logs are to know what was done. This is really challenging. We can't recreate what Detective Mallory, who testified before the grand jury, did, unless the court orders that we get the tower list he used and we have the CAS biz program. And quite frankly, that's what we want. We need to see how this work was done. This is important work. I'll tell you the other thing that's really troubling and frustrating, aside from the other files that we received in preparation for motion to compel, is these screenshots that we got for the first time last week when we're on a motion to compel and have a witness before the court. We didn't have those screenshots that Detective Mallory had created before. The only thing we had was Exhibit 48 that was given to the grand jury, which is a video that was handed over then. So this is really problematic to be told these varying things and then have something else produced on the day of testimony. Your Honor, we are going to request that the court order that we have the tower list used by Detective Mallory and access to the CAS biz program so our expert, Mr. Cy Ray, can go through and see what Detective Mallory did. That it's imperative that we be allowed to do that. That's the only way to recreate what Detective Mallory did.
It seems to me he did acknowledge that he just went back and provided this a day or 2 days before he testified that he found this additional information. So I'm thinking that the state got that information and had provided that to you. Now, we also heard a lot of the quotes missing pieces today, which I'm guessing that FBI, Mr. Balance and Detective Mallory are going to go back through that and see if there's something else. At this point, I'm assuming that some things may have fallen through the cracks. I mean, it is very complicated. There was a lot going on. We have some time before a trial. I just hope that everybody goes through their computers or their files or whatever they're going through so that it's complete. So what I've been watching over the last 2 months is that there have been supplemental responses to the defense. So things were coming in. They were waiting for information to come in so that they could provide that to you. So that's why I don't want to go backwards either. I just want to make sure that we are addressing what you don't have and what actually you're entitled to. So that's the tower list. I mean, I don't know anything about tower lists, so I'm learning about that. I don't know that Detective Mallory addressed that, unless I missed that.
Your Honor, I believe he testified last week that he used the tower list that was contained in the AT&T record that he received. You heard today that doesn't exist. And you heard today that the tower list was something different that he used. And that tower list had once that was entered, there was a selection on the program to do tower density as well.
Like I said, it's confusing.
It is. It definitely is.
We'll keep going at it.
Okay, thank you.
You want the tower list?
Yes, I think I'm getting there, but I definitely want that. I want the one that Mallory used to do his CAS biz work back in May of last year. That's the one I really want right now, at least at this juncture in the documents right now. I do want to clear up though, when we talk about what Detective Mallory found last week when he was preparing to testify, those are emails between him and Nick Balance. Those are JSON files from Nick Balance to Detective Mowry. None of those things that he found, other than screenshots, like the exhibit that you have of his map with the different sized towers depicted, other than those screenshots, the other things he had came from Nick Balance. Those were not his logs that he found. Those were not his towers that he found, just to be sure that those are still missing to the extent they exist. And we can't recreate what he did without the list and project.
Even if the person that made the statement on the team knows that that statement going into the affidavit, the group affidavit, if you will, or the group statement is going to ultimately make its way to the magistrate?
I'll concede I think there's an issue there, but that's not what happened.
Moving on.
Thank you.
Moving on then, Your Honor.
She's such a damn joke. She makes me sick.
Is item 226. That's called the Hemisphere Program, also known as a timing advance report.
Watch that one more time, you guys. That part right there, you just want to slap the shit out of her when she does this, because she's so smug and arrogant, and we know she's a liar. Okay, she's a liar, absolute liar.
The exhibit that you have of his map with the different sized towers depicted, other than those screenshots, the other things he had came from Nick Balance. Those were not his logs. Just to be sure that those are still missing to the extent they exist, and we can't recreate what he did without the list and project.
Even if the person that made the statement on the team knows that that statement going into the affidavit, the group affidavit, if you will, or the group statement is going to ultimately make its way to the magistrate?
I'll concede I think there's an issue there, but that's not what happened.
She reminds me of a young Bill Thompson.
Bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit.
Yeah, I can see that you got a problem. I can see a problem there, but believe me, that's not what happened. Bullshit.
I'm sorry, I just couldn't help myself. I can't handle her. It makes me instantly angry. So.
Moving on.
Thank you.
Moving on then, Your Honor, is item 226. That's called the Hemisphere Program, also known as a timing advance report. Your Honor, this is one of the troubling areas again. The first response was that the records do not exist. There were letters exchanged between the state and us asking for more information. In one of the letters from the prosecutor, we were told that this program was not used in Brian Koberger's case. And then we filed a motion to compel, and we were told that the state was not in possession of the timing records. And then the next supplemental response in May of this year, just a couple of weeks ago, was to tell us that there's some new certified records from AT&T that we're going to get. I don't know what those are. I can tell you that these timing advance reports were asked for from AT&T, from Verizon, from T-Mobile, and another cell phone company. In both of the early AT&T warrants, we called them the 48-hour, and then the extended warrants back on December 23rd, 2022. We don't have those. So I just want to make a record that I need to know what happens. Moving on then to 228, item 228. That was trying to understand what was relied upon for the second AT&T warrant. And we heard quite a bit today from Detective Payne about what he relied on for that second warrant, and that had to do with what was produced and analyzed in the first warrant. However, we asked for some emails and some communications. We know about some text messaging that we've received, but we don't have written correspondence, email correspondence, exchanging information, just the text messaging. So we want all of the email communication between Payne and Balance, or between anybody from Moscow PD and anybody from the FBI group. Your Honor, item 229 is the MAID data. I would say we received a disclosure, and I think we got that on either 510 or 517. And I'm going to need some time to have an expert help me out with that. I don't know if that's complete. I also know that in the 5th motion to compel, there is information we've asked for from Babel. That was a program that was used to help decipher some of the MAID data, and we're going to talk about that in a minute, but that one's yet to come. So I'm going to ask the court for an order compelling the state to give me all the MAID data. They may have already complied, so their intent to comply, I can tell you that.
What does that stand for again?
Mobile advertiser, let's see, I've got it in here.
Okay, but
Identification number, mobile advertiser identification number.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Don't get caught up in thinking 7 minutes don't matter here.
All right, Judge, we are now talking about item 242, the CAST report. The history of this is we came to the court asking for the CAST report, knowing it was relied upon last year, and the court ordered that we receive it. We received one that was stamped draft all over it. You've heard testimony about that today from Mr. Ray, and it's not a final report, and we knew that when we got it. We asked for that. We asked for the analysis behind that, and we haven't received that. We were told on February 23rd of this year that the state will provide this by March 31st. Well, March 31st came and went, and we did not get it. So on April 23rd, the state said we still don't have it. And then on May the 10th, the state responded to this request and said that because we provided additional information, Mr. Koberger's alibi, they need more time to do work on this CAST report, and they'll get it to us later.
I'll concede I think there's an issue there.
You're right. I think you ought to order that we get the CAST report. And I think you ought to order that we get everything that went into developing this, and we get the analysis that they made from that. This is particularly troubling. Their response, you told us something, so now we have to go reconfigure the CAST report. Let me tell you why that's troubling. Item 243 is our request. Give us a list of everything Nick Balance relied on when drafting his CAST report. And we were told Nick Balance relied on the call detail records from AT&T. Nick Balance relied upon tower records, and he relied upon the drive test data. Nowhere in there does it say, if you tell us anything about the case, we need that to rely on it too.
I'll concede I think there's an issue there. But that's not what happened.
These are records that exist. These are tower lists that exist. They go into a program. You do drive testing to understand how the device interacts with towers, and you create a report. So we're asking the court to order that we get the CAST draft report. We get the full list of everything he relied upon, and we get the analysis of what does this mean.
So another clarifying question, maybe. So I listened to the testimony today, and that it sounded like a CAST report was provided, but maybe it wasn't complete. It's what Mr. Ray suggested. But I think that maybe I'm guessing, we're assuming that the state provided what they had, but maybe they're still working on it. I don't know. But didn't you get initially what they had?
Bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit.
As they characterized as the CAST report? So what do you say? I mean, we have problems with language, I think, especially when we're in this area of technology. And so we might be just going back and forth like this without really understanding what we're asking for or what we're providing.
Let me see if I can clear that up. The testimony today, when we had Detective Payne on the stand, when we talked about what did you rely on to get the second AT&T warrant, he said that there was something that Nick Balance produced and that the prosecutor had it, and he thought it was a CAST draft. And then you heard from Mr. Ray, who said, I've seen the CAST draft report, and maybe it's something different that Detective Payne looked at. It wasn't this big long CAST draft. The CAST draft report, and I'm calling it draft because it's stamped draft. I knew it wasn't final when I received it. We got that because you ordered that the state give that to us last July. So I had this draft. I knew it wasn't final. Ms. Jennings knew it wasn't final. We've talked about it. We believed that we were going to get the final report by March 31st. We don't have that yet. It's the final report that we need. You also heard from Mr. Ray talking about the things that are mistakes in a CAST draft report. These reports go through a peer review process, and they can look a little different when they come back out on the other side. Usually not vastly different, but they can. They go through their process. It's that final product that I need that. I need to know everything they relied on to do their work. I need to know what this draft report is going to look like. The court should know that when we get to trial, likely Agent Balance is going to come in and talk about his CAS draft report. He's going to be an expert in the field and talk about what he found and why he found and what he relied on to do that. I'm going to come in with an expert that's going to explain what his work did. Now, if the work aligns and Nicholas Balance and our expert aligns, well, that's just going to be shorter. But right now, it's definitely not looking good. It looks like they're going to have their side, and we're going to be talking about what the data shows.
We differ on a few factual issues.
So what I want is the final report that we were told would be available by March 31st. I need time to work on it.
Sure.
What I want is a full list of what was used to create that report, what was relied on. I have to be able to see if I can recreate that. I have to see what was right with it and what was wrong with it. So I don't have those two things, right?
Is it possible that it's just not completed?
It is possible.
A final report?
It is possible, but I need you to order that come to me. And I don't think Ms. Jennings doesn't want to give it to me. But if you order that I get it, then I'm going to get it a lot sooner, I think. I'm not saying that Ms. Jennings is sitting holding it behind her back. I'm saying I don't now know what's going on.
I am absolutely saying I know she has it, guys. I feel it in my soul that she had it. Period.
The FBI told her it was going to be in by March 31st. We hit our deadline to disclose our alibi. And all of a sudden now they need to redo something in the report, which shocks me because of the things they said that they relied on were things that already existed.
Here's my concern with you telling me that at this stage of things. Where in the record is that currently?
So now I really need to know what they're relying on to do this report, and I really need to see the analysis, and I really need to see the final report.
Sure.
I have to react to it.
Since we're talking about this, Ms. Jennings, do you want to just respond to that? Whether or not this is still a work in progress or what's going on?
Right, Your Honor. As I know right now, that report is not in its final form, and it has gone through a peer review process. My understanding is it's still in that. I have been told that yes, it's not a matter of redoing anything, but as they receive additional information, they just want to double check their work. They want to make sure that when they get the final report, it's accurate.
That's the part that gets me is these pro-burgers that are just brain dead. Like, he doesn't have an alibi. You know how many times Ann has begged him to give her an alibi? He won't give it because he doesn't have one. And he's never going to have one. The dude did it. It's that simple.
So we are still waiting for that final report to ensure that it's accurate. And as soon as we receive it.
Sorry. Do you have a time frame for that? I told you when they expect to be finished.
I don't have a final time frame. They originally told us it was projected to be completed by June next month. So I'm hoping to get it within the next month. Multiple completely false narratives are the exact reason why. And I'll try to make this quick. I'll kind of go through each of these items that are still out there for discussion. But just to give you a little bit of perspective of what all has been provided to date. Simple. To date, we've given 15,691 bait stamped pages of discovery. So for a little context, this is too much binder. It would be about 39 of these. We've given 13,758 bait stamped photographs. That's about 34 of those binders of photographs. We've given 911 AV dumps. Those are digital files. In addition to a massive hard drive, about 50 terabytes full of discovery. And that includes audio video from about 285 interviews, 15,000 video clips from approximately 79 businesses, 8,000 video clips from approximately 10 residences, 417 files containing call detail records, multiple terabytes of records for 11 computer devices, 17 cell phones, multiple social media accounts, and 4 tower dumps. Ms. James, 4 tower dumps. In addition to records regarding well over 17,000 tips. We've given multiple terabytes of records in response to the 71 grand jury subpoenas, as well as the 101 search warrants that were done in this case. We have facilitated defense viewing the physical evidence on multiple occasions, as well as facilitated additional DNA trace evidence to be examined at their request. We've had a consistent pattern of loading up discovery and providing a hard drive to the defense on an almost weekly basis. And just to be clear, we're going to continue to do that. As we receive discovery, we review it, we load it on our hard drive, and we give it over. Now, going specifically through each of the requests, we've already dealt with in the fourth motion to compel. Item 214, we've already argued. Item 219 we've already complied with. The CAPS laws. We heard the testimony, and what we know and what the judge heard testimony for is that CAPS is just a software program that allows investigators to put in like the records received from a cell phone provider like AT&T into a software program, and they kind of visualize. Detective Mallory testified he got the raw data set from AT&T, used the default settings for the times in question. It produced a map. He took a screenshot of that map. We provided that screenshot. He only did this in response to our request to provide a visual for the grand jury. We've been told that optional session files were not created or saved, and that this item simply doesn't exist. In the current version of CAPS-Viz, the user settings aren't automatically saved in an exported session, but instead it just returns to default settings. I asked Detective Mallory about this. He advised us that he used the default settings. It doesn't take much time or effort to redo this, which is why he didn't save those logs. That's his normal practice. He just saved the screenshots and we provided that. We agree, we will double check. We're doing that throughout all of this. To our knowledge, there are not power documents that were relied upon, but we will double check and inquire, and if that exists, then we will turn it over.
If I had to pick a time when the wheels fell off the wagon, that's the date.
So this is really problematic to be told these varying things and then have something else produced on the day of testimony. Your Honor, we are going to request that for order, that we have the tower list used by Detective Mallory and access to the CAPS-Viz program, so our expert, Mr. Cy Ray, can go through and see what Detective Mallory did. That it's imperative that we be allowed to do that. That's the only way to recreate what Detective Mallory did.
226 has to do, well, first the request was for the AT&T Hemisphere program, and then it detailed several other things below it. And we were told they didn't use the Hemisphere program. And you're right, language is important as to exactly what's being requested. And now after a series of back and forth, they're saying that they want AT&T timing report. We have been told if that's referring to timing advance records, those records don't exist. We do have these location records, the DVOR records, and we've given those over. Now, the second part, it says that investigators recently obtained certified records from AT&T, and that will be disclosed in upcoming discovery production. My understanding is that that's not related to the above. It's not related to Brian Kohlberger's records. It's related to other records that were done later for other folks. But we will be providing that in the next production doc.
Thank you. Any response?
Your Honor, just really briefly, I want to talk about item 226, the Hemisphere program.
What I've learned in working with Mr. Ray is that obtaining timing advance records now goes through a different process than it went before. FBI agents had a means to get these timing advance records before they were generally available to all of law enforcement. Generally available now comes through the GLDC program, and that happened in 2023.
But he's not indicated he has any evidence that, at least for this time of the murder, that those would still be in existence.
We've never heard from Nick Balance, who is FBI and who has the back door.
From AT&T.
You've heard from AT&T that GLDC did not produce these records in 2022. You've absolutely heard that from AT&T. What you haven't heard is the other way. That's
the other way. I haven't heard that either. I've heard a general description, and I've heard in the affidavit that he received some once, and they said, oh, no, don't use those. I don't know if those were acquired within the 7 days. He doesn't address the 7 days. And that's a glaring, particularly given the inflammatory language in that.
Because the 7 days don't mean a damn thing. He's such an idiot. And this is the judge. He should know this. They don't mean a shit, okay?
Accusations in that affidavit. It's a glaring omission.
Your Honor, we don't even have the 7 days worth, which is what the carrier request says. That
the 7 days that he's back home?
Maybe.
I'll ask the state about those, if they receive those. I'm not sure their search warrant covered that time frame, but
Your Honor, I would say that it did. And I would say their first search warrant was just a 48-hour period. It asked for timing advance records. But then the second warrant,
You would
which
agree there's no evidence that AT&T provided those, or
You just gotta love how he shuts her down and completely talks over her constantly because he's such a rude ass dickhead. God, I can't stand this man.
Dago, one thing I have noticed just by watching this is how Ann Taylor was making her arguments in front of Judge because I felt like she was a little bit intimidated by Hitler, and her arguments was changed whenever she got in front of Hitler.
I think it's because he doesn't let her talk. He never lets her finish a thought. Anything she goes to talk, he every time he just shuts her down and makes an argument immediately. He doesn't even listen to what she's saying completely.
I mean,
that would intimidate me as it just even trying to talk. If you're not allowing me to speak and speak what I'm trying to tell you, that would intimidate me too as a person. I'm just saying.
I call him prickler.
It's bullshit. I mean, think about that, Hemi. If you're standing there trying to explain something to somebody, to plead your case in a situation, and every time you open your mouth to say something, they step in and overtalk you and shut you down. Every time. It's not going to intimidate you to the point where, what the fuck's the point? Why do I even say it? Why? It's not going to happen.
Exactly. I know. I got you.
It pisses me off to no end.
I get it.
It's hard for me to even listen to him, you guys, but this is important to hear because, God damn it, I can't handle this man at all.
I mean, I agree with you, Dago. At every turn, he would shut her down, no matter whether it was emotion or whether she was arguing.
Everything, and he even tried to do it to Liza Mathis, but she's a little bit more disrespectful, I guess you could say, or pushy than that Ann is, because she's not going to take his bullshit. She knew how he was going to be. God, this Voldemort. I'm not going to go there. Anyway, I can't stand him. I have zero respect for this piece of shit.
That's why I call him prickler, because he's the hugest prick ever, to ever walk this damn earth.
He's a garbage ass judge, very unprofessional, very, very unprofessional, ignorant, and just ignorant. God, I can't stand this man. Sorry. And he has no respect for anybody, in my opinion, not just the defense, but anybody except for the prosecution, because he's working for him, obviously, and with them. Just saying. He completely disrespected Cy Ray's professionalism and his reputation. It's disgusting. This man does not, in my opinion, he deserves to be behind bars. There was absolute judicial misconduct within this case, 100%, immediately when he took the stand on this, right along with the prosecution. So do what you got to do, hippie.
I mean, how do you call a defense expert a conspiracy theorist?
You don't if you're a professional. Just saying. On we go.
And the question I asked, and I'm going to post this in the chat, do you think that Hitler took the time to look back at the case under Judge before he took this over?
I'll be honest with you.
Like he did.
A lot of people said he has to have looked at this, but the way he speaks on it, I don't think he did. I think he just went in there with his mind made up and knew what he was going to say and do through everything. So what's the point in reviewing it? I already know where I'm at with it, what I'm going to say. It doesn't seem to me like he did. As a judge, you would have to review this, but hey.
I mean, this is the same person that said, I would say it's nice to meet you, but I wouldn't want to tell a half truth.
Oh, yeah. When he came, the first time we met him, I would say I'm happy to be here, but, I don't want to lie to you. 100%. It's insane.
Pleased to meet
you. He's a joke. The guy's a joke. He's about the most unprofessional judge that I've ever seen running side and side with Judge Gall. I'll just say that.
It's pleased to meet you. I hope you guess my name.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely, yeah. Hey, Krista, good to see you, dear. Pro Burger and proud you as well. Crime and Chaos, welcome. Good to see you. Anyway, on we go. I'm going to blow up if I keep going. He lied about the factual evidence in the case, right? Again, there's absolute prosecutorial and judicial misconduct, in my opinion, enough to flip this case inside out. But who am I? Beautiful broken woman. Good to see you.
I mean, especially when he said, well, I wouldn't have left the DNA at the scene. Or when they were talking about the DNA, he said, well, my client wouldn't have left the DNA at the scene or something like that.
No, he said, well, your client shouldn't have left his DNA at the scene.
Yeah.
Just as much as when they 4863. Just as much as when Ann brought up the alternate perpetrators, the first thing the man goes to was the car. That's not his place. Don't get me started. Don't get me started. There's so much that I'll go off. I'm telling you, there's too much that I will go off about. But yeah.
Actually, I have a question for you, Dago. Why would you seal a 911 call when it's already been fucking out?
I have no idea, sir. No idea. No idea. That's a great question. I want to get into that after this, though, for sure. For sure. Great question.
Those were still available by the time that Mr. Koberger was identified. I agree. There's no evidence that AT&T provided those or that those were still available by the time that Mr. Koberger was identified.
Your Honor,
Officer of the court.
as an officer of the court, I would like to ask Nick Balance that, and here's why. Here's why. The things that I've learned is that the 7 days is on paper. Sometimes they go back further than other days.
What's the evidence for that, counsel?
The evidence has been in the practice that I've learned from people.
You're giving me that testimony now?
I'm not giving you testimony. I'm answering the court's question.
Okay. But you've made some serious accusations against the state of hiding evidence. And yet you've provided no factual basis, zero, that evidence existed for them to be able to obtain it in December.
Your Honor, in April of, or I'm sorry, it was.
Because you won't let her provide the evidence, you asshole.
Probably by the job.
That's what I was saying. Oh my God.
What'd you say? Go ahead.
That's why I was asked a while ago. Did Hipper ever listen to the old trials transcripts under Judge? Because everything that she was arguing in front of Judge, he should know about that.
Now, this happened in his right here and there. She had, I don't know if you knew this or not, but she had Cy on Zoom in the courtroom that day, and he wouldn't allow for it at all. He could have she provided everything she was supposed to provide, and he refused to allow Cy to speak or have anything to do with giving the proof of what they needed in that aspect. So,
yeah, I knew that.
Whose fault is that?
I knew that. But he had access to everything in Latah too, in that whole trial script under Judge. Why he wasn't in tune to that?
Because he didn't want to be, in my opinion. She showed him the AT&T records for 2 phones that have the timing advance from June 23rd of 22 through December 23rd of 22, and this came from a warrant obtained on March 30th of 23. What else do you need? He had this information, period.
Okay.
He doesn't want to see, he didn't want to hear it. Okay. I love the Mr. Rogers thing though, Lucy. You're killing me with that. It's very, very irritating, folks. Very irritating. Madison and Xana had AT&T phones, and these phones, that's the AT&T timing advance. So thank you.
I mean, he's asking for evidence. There's your evidence right there in that trial script.
It's all bullshit. Everybody, this guy is an asshole. Period. A whole asshole.
I understand.
On we go.
I'm with you.
Of 2024, I got records from 2022. In some other time in 2024, I think it was May, I got 3,800 people's timing advance
because they were asked within 7 days of the date that they sought it. it was the tower dump from the night of the murder, asked within the 7 days.
I understand that.
Okay. So where's the evidence that Mr. Kohlberger's timing advance records from AT&T were available to anybody in December without a prior request that they save those?
Well, I don't know if they made a prior request that they save those.
Well, they wouldn't because they didn't know who he was.
You're correct. They didn't know who he was until I think about December
This shows how stupid this idiot is, too.
19th. Right. Their warrant for his full scope of records, the second AT&T warrant, asked for all of the records. I haven't seen any of them. That's even if they were just the 7 days back, I haven't seen any of them.
What you're talking about now is a discovery issue of those 7 days that don't sound like they're particularly relevant to the murder. That's a discovery issue you can take up with the court through a motion to compel, which you have not filed. It's not an evidentiary issue in which you can lay down Mr. Ray's conspiracy theory without any evidence at trial.
Your Honor, we have litigated this issue quite extensively throughout the course of the case. The timing advance records, once I understood how timing advance works, became very important. We've heard different things now than I've heard at different times in the past about this, particularly about the 7 days. That's newer information to me now. But the carrier request forms tell me I should at least have that. I want the court to know that we have had motions to compel on this very issue. We have had different bits of information.
For the 7 days that are after December, in December?
No, Your Honor, because the 7 days is something that's newer and has been brought to my attention more recently.
Related to timing advance records for November 13.
Our discovery requests were for all of Mr. Kohlberger's timing advance records. Our motions to compel covered all of them too. I have this carrier request now that says 7 days, and I have the affidavit now that says 7 days. Those are not things that I always knew when we were litigating this issue.
Okay.
Those are new bits of information. To me, it is a little bit problematic that there's been things that have changed and there might be records out there. Given what you have now with the affidavit with 7 days, if you imagine you didn't know that, and you
I understand your confusion and concern previously. What I don't understand it is now.
Now the second part is just that investigators recently are being certified records of AT&T and will be disclosed in upcoming discovery production. My understanding is that that's not related to, it's not related to Brian Kohlberger's records. It's related to other records that were done later for other folks. But we will be providing that in the next production doc.
In light of the evidence, I don't understand Mr. Ray's accusations without addressing the 7 days that he had that information when he submitted his affidavit.
he is available to testify if the court wishes for him to.
It's his obligation and your obligation to establish that evidence of that the state has this. And you haven't done that. His affidavit is quite extensive, and he seems to ignore that issue.
Your Honor, I believe that
Because it doesn't fucking matter. That's why. It doesn't matter. It doesn't pertain. This has got to be one of the dumbest fucking people I've ever seen and listened to in my life. And I'm sorry for my language, but this dude, he puts me on the edge of a cliff, you guys, ready to jump headfirst into a rock every time I hear him. And this entire thing blows my damn mind every time. God damn. Excuse my language and excuse the phrasing, but shit, shut up.
issue is touched on with his knowledge that these kinds of records existed a long time before.
He said that in a very general way about that without reference to the 7 days. And he had supposedly received them from some FBI expert to look at for his company, and then was told not to use them. So I don't know, maybe the FBI got them in a way that they weren't supposed to at that time, for all I know. He didn't name names, he didn't identify it, he didn't put it into any context. The state had indicated and that provided AT&T sworn testimony that they only keep them for 7 days. And yet he makes the accusations that he did in his affidavit without addressing that 7-day issue at all. And so
then shut the fuck up and let him speak. He's right there waiting, listening to you. So let him say what he's got to say. Let him explain Boyd Jackson. Let him explain all of this stuff, okay? But no, this man couldn't do it because he knew where it was going to go and what was going to happen. And he's up.
This case would have been over with. And Hitler is fighting and arguing. That's why he's doing what he's doing, Dago. I get it.
It's insane. It blows my mind every time Every time I hear this shit, it blows my mind.
A judge shouldn't have to be like this. If anything, he should be having that Zoom meeting or whatever in chambers or whatever, because this would have been game over. Okay.
100%. Again and again, folks, I know my language gets out. Every time this man is anywhere around a computer screen, my blood pressure goes through the roof immediately. Anytime he opens his mouth, immediately. I can't stand the dude at all.
As far as Jennings goes, whenever she was going off on that
He's no
BS
better.
about, well, you know, that's not what happened or whatever the hell, she should have got her. Somebody should have climbed into her tailbone on that. But that's
And like Lucy said, if you guys think back when Gonzalez said that Hitler was built for this case, yeah, you might want to go look at the contractor that built him then, Steve, because what a joke. The dude is built for nothing that I can tell in the legal zone. Just saying.
If Kohlberger was to say, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and peel this and see what happens, there's a lot of grounds for that. I'm just hoping that, you know, there's a new judge that's gonna be looking over it.
Oh, you had me laughing so hard, brother. I fell out of my chair.
What's that?
I said when you played the scream with the boom.
Oh.
I laughed so hard I fell out of my chair.
Yeah, I had to play that rather than what I was truly wanting to say. So, yeah, that's the one good thing about them little sound effects, because I can express myself in many different ways. Just saying. But that's exactly about how I felt. Just saying.
Somebody get a hold of Kohlberger and get him on page to file that appeal.
Right. Republican 100% file. I did an episode on. Yeah, Kim's right. She is right.
Because
I filled the description box and 4 comments to the limit. I'm sure you did. Luce.
I don't see any reason why somebody was to take this transcript like this right here to Supreme Court for appeal, that they wouldn't be looking at this side-eyed and going, what was he on that day? I'm just saying.
Are you talking about the sentencing day?
No, whenever this goes to appeal,
Let's hear it.
And take this transcript up to the Supreme Court, and for them to just look at this sideways and going, what was he on that day? Was he not prepped? Because evidently he wasn't. Because a lot of those arguments that he was arguing about was already established under just judge, but that's the reason why I keep harping on that.
Yeah.
And see, I never liked Judge Hitler from day one. And especially when the day of the sentencing, the courtroom turned into a circus with people clapping and hooping and hollering. A judge.
It was a joke.
Yeah, a judge wouldn't have allowed that. A serious judge, a true judge wouldn't have allowed that.
That's right. He should have never interjected in the things that he said. He's not there for that. It is not your place to make the statements you made. Your job is to sit there with your bald ass head mouth shut and make sure that man gets a fair trial. That's it. That is your job. Nothing more, nothing less. Sorry. He's a joke, a pathetic ass joke.
Yeah, and especially when he said to Kohlberger, "You've had your 15 minutes of fame."
And then called him a liar. But he was good enough for you to accept the charges you laid on him. Yeah. This guy's a joke. A complete joke. Sorry. Not sorry. Anyway, on we go.
I guess my point is if you want to cross-examine the witnesses about why didn't they rely on the AT&T timing information, you've got to show some factual foundation that was available to them by the time Mr. Kohlberger was on their radar as it relates to November 13. And I'm not seeing that as the problem.
My first question to Special Agent Balance, who would be the person who would have gotten these through a different channel through the FBI, would have been, did you get them? because I've heard different things along the case, asking him a question is really what I wanted to be able to do. And that's why I opposed this motion and prepared it as I did.
Tell you what, I'll let you ask that question outside the presence of the jury.
Thank you.
At the time of trial.
That will satisfy me. Thank you.
Which, of course, you see we never got to. So that was never able to be talked about.
I just for Mr. Ray's information, because he wasn't here the first day I started this trial with you folks. I said, I don't want theatrics. I don't want accusations that aren't supported with evidence about supposed bad conduct of the parties. You're all professionals. I respect you all. And the accusations he made in there are very concerning.
That's why you should be looking into them, you dumbass.
Oh my God.
They're very
dude,
concerning.
If it was so freaking concerning, that's when you should say, oh, there's a red flag here. I might want to get both of these parties in my chambers and we need to have a chat. Because if this is what's going on, this can be thrown out. But, okay.
He didn't want to even hear it. Didn't even want to hear it.
Kinds of accusations of truth that would get people disbarred. And so without...
Bingo. Again, knowing how serious it is, ding dong, that is exactly why you should have absolutely 100% looked into it and made a big deal about it, because it is that serious. Dumbass.
Any evidence and apparently sidestepping the clear explanation, he makes those. And so that doesn't make me happy.
Essentially, he just saved their asses.
Go ahead.
Essentially saved their asses to put Koberger away. And no doubt in my mind, he was the reason why, one of the reasons, I'm not going to say the reason, but one of the reasons why there was a plea deal. Hitler.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point.
The way I see it is Ann Taylor was set up from day one because of the whole change of venue thing. And I think that Judge wanted this case moved out of Lake County. So he was hoping that Ann Taylor would come to him with a change of venue, because he knew in his heart of hearts who was going to get this case. And he knew that Hitler was going to get this case. So he went ahead and granted her change of venue, and at the same time sent in his retirement letter. And I think Hitler was destined to get this case from day one by the Supreme Court and by Judge John Judge.
This is one of the biggest reasons why I'm reaching out to the Department of Justice. If you can't see what has happened here and call a red flag on this, there's something wrong with you. You are blind. This man's a joke. And this is why I said, guys, Brian never had a chance in Idaho for a fair trial. And I truly wholeheartedly believe that this case was never going to go to trial, period. This is, again, my opinion, but that's how I feel.
Of course, you know, I've said it time and time again that I think that was his main objective, to make sure that happened.
Yep, Lucy just said, for fuck's sakes, Thompson accused Ann of violating the gag order while simultaneously reading out loud at an open hearing that, now mind you, the gag was already in place. That is live streamed to the universe, the 9 survey questions that he took issue with. That shows you how stupid this idiot is.
And especially when Olivia Gonzalez went back to view the autopsy photos, she asked Bill Thompson, "Can you guarantee that these photos will not leak?" And Bill Thompson told her, "No, I can't guarantee that, because we still have a leaker here in the office."
Have we heard anything from this stupid ass supposed investigation that they're running?
No.
This case has been done for months, folks. The man's been in prison, folks. And it shouldn't take this long to get answers about the leak. Okay, so where's the info about this investigation that the public deserves to know the answers to?
It's amazing that part of the leak was coming from the prosecutor.
Yeah. I'm so hot over and so sick of this shit. So again, please excuse me tonight. I promise you, I'm not normally like this for people that are newer in here, but I'm beyond over this shit. I'm just beyond over it. And this idiot as a judge.
It's so maddening because they framed an innocent man.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you know who I think the leaker
And
is?
the judge knows this, folks. In my opinion, Judge Hippler knows exactly what's going on here. He allowed the plea to go through. He allowed many other things to happen that he should have not ever even thought about as a judge, but they did happen.
Do you know who I think the leaker is, Dago? I think it's freaking Bill Thompson.
It is. Which again, it's him or both of them or either one of them or all of the whole prosecution, in my opinion, except for Hurwitz probably. Now, take that into account in your mind and think back to when Hippler looked at Thompson and said, "Mr. Thompson, I'm tasking you with the task of bringing on the special prosecutor to look into this." What? So basically, let me restate that to you in layman's terms. Hey, Bill, I'm going to have you pick out the guy that's going to be so you can investigate yourself, okay? Why don't you grab drinks with him first? Well, I mean, who does this shit? This is absolutely insane.
It was maddening because when I think about those survey questions,
By the way,
the one that question that Bill Thompson had a big issue was about stalking. I'm going,
but he read them all.
So you keep driving that point home. Why you keep bringing it right back up again? If that ain't what happened, or if that's not what happened, should I say?
It is maddening and absolutely insane. Fucking idiot. Complete total fucking idiot.
Of what's been raised, I think the only issue out there, I have the 2 search warrants. The state asked for the AT&T timing advance records in our search warrants. The state wanted that information from Mr. Koberger. We did not receive it. I did not receive those records from AT&T. I do not have them.
She almost doesn't meet the hybrid.
A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit.
She almost doesn't meet the hybrid.
All right. There's not been a showing that those records were available, and I think it would be unfairly prejudicial to try to impeach the testimony of the agent that somehow he hid or didn't provide or didn't use records that he didn't have available to him. So absent some factual showing that he had them available, I'm not going to allow questions about that, and I'm not going to allow testimony about that. Now, if you want to voir dire him before he testifies in front of the jury, I'll allow that. And if you show a factual basis for it, I'll allow it. But you haven't at this point.
I appreciate the opportunity to ask the question outside the presence of the jury.
A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any response?
Your Honor, just really briefly, I want to talk about item 226, the Hemisphere program. Ms. Jennings asked me if we meant the timing advance program, but it's one and the same. I just heard her say that those records don't exist. I just need to be clear, if they don't exist, then I need to know that. If they do exist and they were used, I need to have them. She mentioned that item 250, that's the balance training records that we have. That we don't have that. That balance training records related to the use of the Gladiator machine, we don't have those. 251 is partially complied with. That's the certificate on whether the Gladiator machine was working appropriately. We need a follow-up the next time that machine was put back for testing. Both machines, there were two. 263 and 264, Balance and Kennedy's past training records. I'm happy to hear that I'm going to get those. With regard to the videos on exhibit RR that the court has under number 21, this is where the business said they already had given over their videos, and Ampersand and One World Cafe are both listed on that as well. So they were given to somebody to go to Moscow Police Department at some point in time. And that's it for clarifications for me. Thank you.
Great. Excellent.
Really important with the misleading of the magistrate. When you look at 1A, that's the map we looked at earlier today, where there's the whole loop around, but there's a blue line as if pointing the car towards Moscow, and that's not what happened. They then report the phone stops reporting to the network at 2:47 a.m. And that's not right. We submitted their cell experts report that say the phone stops reporting at 2:54 a.m. We submitted 2 affidavits to you from our experts who have worked with the call detail records, and that's just not right. Don't get caught up in thinking 7 minutes don't matter here. We're talking about ground that can be covered in a vehicle in a short time. We're talking about 2 towns that are fairly close together. And so the way a car points when they go off a network matters a whole lot in this circumstance. That's not corrected in any of the affidavits. That's the part that's really exculpatory to Mr. Koberger, is what direction, when the phone stops reporting to the network, what direction is the car traveling? And you can know that based on the cell towers, the handoffs from tower to tower as it tracks where a phone's going.
Thanks, Mikey.
The FBI knows how to do this. They chose not to do this. They chose to take a time 7 minutes before it really stopped reporting. And they chose to make a map that showed a direction that phone wasn't traveling in to create a false narrative for the magistrate to rely on to find probable cause.
Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am. Sounds good.
All right. And Judge, I have paper exhibits for you and for the witness. And so I'll go as fast as I can, but I want you to be able to look at what he's looking at. So we're going to begin with the first AT&T warrant. Prior to this case, had you ever secured an AT&T warrant?
No, ma'am. I don't believe I had.
And so given that, who did you rely on in creating the warrant?
Largely
AT&T?
Special Agent Balance. Obviously, he's the CAS expert, so I relied heavily on his input.
Is the paragraph that talks about Mr. Koberger's phone using a tower that provides service to 1122 King on.
He's the cast expert that doesn't have enough training to be an expert. Remember that too.
A number of occasions. The PC affidavit says 12. Your Honor needs to take a look at, I believe it is D1B and C. That's an email from Nicholas Balance.
At the time that AT&T warrant 1 was secured, were you co-located with Special Agent Balance?
I believe so, yes.
Can you, in terms of being more specific, it was December 23rd. Were you two co-located at that time?
I believe so, yes.
And he's talking to the detective in Moscow about the dates that he says this thing happens.
And I know co-located has been talked about in court a couple of times, but can you just explain what it means for you two to be co-located since he's from DC?
Certainly. Yeah, he was in the same building as I was, just mere feet away from the command post.
And he puts those dates in his cast draft report and in his cast final report, and they don't match up. There are different dates on those, different times on those. But the really big deal about that is that it's misleading when you say the cell tower that also services this particular location.
Okay, so when you say mere feet away, were you guys in like a cubicle setting or were you in offices with doors? What was this setting in terms of proximity to each other a few feet away?
Yeah, separate offices with doors, but in the same second floor of the Moscow Police Department.
Moscow has, I think, 2 cell towers that service the town. Those cover places that one shops, places that one eats, places that one gets gas in Moscow. From the records, you can see handoffs, and so you know where a vehicle is going. You can know whether it's stationary or not. You can know whether it's parked, looking at a particular place or not.
Are you aware of Special Agent Balance in his work in doing self AT&T records, having any access to AT&T records without a warrant?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Based on those records, we also provided the records just so the court would know there's a volume of records. I don't expect the court to decipher those records, but based on those records, they absolutely knew that Mr. Koberger wasn't around that residence, wasn't parked near the residence, didn't stop and have his phone in a stationary position at that residence. They absolutely knew that that's not what was happening, but they put it in there.
Facts are facts are facts. Thank you, Miss Ann. They lied. Wholeheartedly lied.
To make a connection that didn't exist.
Are you aware of him having any ability to review AT&T records through any portal without a warrant?
Not to my knowledge, no.
They put it in there so that the judge would think that this was the right person.
But let's go from the uncurious to the downright nosy. How many illegal FISA queries have occurred under your leadership of the FBI?
And they shouldn't have done that. They knew that was incorrect. They also changed that quite a bit, performed a drive testing. And so there were other bits of data that kept coming in so that they would know that was untrue. Now, for a magistrate to be relying, remember, on somebody who's a witness, somebody who's been interviewed 4 or 5 times and continually says something that's absolutely impossible, has memory problems, and the judge never knows that, and we'll keep the IGG identification off to the side. But then you have this false narrative that looks like stalking, that looks like following, and it's not true. That is extremely damaging. It's very misleading. It's an outright lie to the magistrate. When you omit that kind of information, when you take that context out.
Absolute misconduct that should be charged, period.
You might as well say stalking because that's what you're trying to say, and you know that's not true. This court can rely on our proffer in D1B and in the CAST draft report and in the CAST final report because those dates change. The court can rely on the evidence that will be produced at a hearing from defense experts that will talk about the handoffs, the patterns of handoffs, and how misleading that paragraph was to the magistrate.
So I guess the question, Director Ray, is did you not know when you were answering these questions that the FBI was engaging in these illegal searches, or did you perjure yourself to Senator Lee?
I certainly didn't perjure myself. At the time that I testified in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee, I didn't have that piece of information. I will add.
Well, that was a court order. You didn't have that piece of information because the court hadn't yet rendered a judgment. Did you not know when you gave the untruthful answer before Senator Lee that this was going on?
It was a truthful answer. I did not believe FISA had been involved in the January 6th.
But it was. So you didn't. The answer is the FBI has broken so bad that people can go and engage in queries that when you come before the Congress to answer questions, you're like blissfully ignorant. You're blissfully ignorant as to the unlawful queries.
The real story is exculpatory to Mr. Koberger. He was not stationary around that house. He was never at that house. He did go to Moscow. He did drive around, but he wasn't over there. And the phone records absolutely show that. We'll move forward to the set of warrants that come a little bit later in February, March, April. I'm talking about Amazon, Google, Apple, those kinds of warrants that come later. Here's what is left out of all of those warrants. The fact that Mr. Koberger gets arrested, his apartment gets searched, his car gets searched, his car gets searched again, and his car gets searched again, and there's absolutely no connection between him and anybody from 1122 King. And what I mean by that is that there's no blood in his car. There's no he wasn't connected to that house, to the people in the house. Your Honor, I'm
maybe I thinking of a different date for the AT&T at the cell tower stuff. So you're still talking about the cell tower stuff?
No, I mean, that stuff applies to every single warrant we have because that was early.
You transitioned to warrants that were obtained after the arrest.
I did.
Yeah, and by the time of the arrest, they had a direct DNA connection.
Your Honor, what I'm talking about.
Some other evidence that the defense can claim in cross-examination or their own case is exculpatory, but isn't the DNA connection in and of itself probable cause to support any of it from there?
Your Honor, the DNA I'm talking about is the lack of DNA in Mr. Koberger's car and the lack of DNA in his apartment, the lack of connection to the individuals.
What is that? Even if disclosed, preclude a finding of probable cause when there's a DNA match between the DNA in the sheath and Mr. Koberger. Isn't that probable cause every day and twice on Sunday?
Not in this context. Not in this context, because of the IgG work, because I mean, that's the ultimate question that will be before a jury. What does that mean, right? What does a knife sheath at a scene mean? That's going to be the ultimate question. You're
killed by a knife, it probably means a lot.
It might mean a lot.
Probable cause is not a proof beyond a reasonable doubt standard. It's probable cause to think that this person might have done it. And I'm not sure how that direct DNA connection to a sheath found on or near one of the victims doesn't close the book on anything on probable cause after that.
Well, I think it doesn't close the door on probable cause. I think when you know the other factual information that the magistrate should have known, I think that there's a lot of pause even at a probable cause level, Judge. This was information withheld from the magistrate, and I'm talking about, let's just go with the car. Let's just go with.
I understand the lack of evidence of DNA material or other victim-related material in the car and in his apartment, as asserted, but I'm not sure how that precludes probable cause when there's a direct DNA match. There's plenty of reasons that might be the case. When a magistrate's looking at this, they have a direct DNA match to a person from a object likely associated with a murder weapon. I've not yet a magistrate would not find that probable cause.
If the magistrate had the other facts, I think the magistrate would have some serious concerns and would not find probable cause. Your Honor, the vehicle, and I know the court knows what I'm going to say. There's not DNA in that vehicle that was brought out from a crime scene. This absolutely matters, Your Honor. If you want to go to the state's theory, right, with their videos that they've talked about, they told the magistrate about, that this is the video, this is what matters. It parks at this certain time, it leaves at this certain time. If you want to go to that, there's about 13 minutes of time, right? 13 minutes between the last time you see the car and the next time you see the car on the video. And if you end up with a car that's searched, and I mean searched and taken apart, the brake is taken apart, the gear shift is taken apart, the key fob is checked. There's no blood on any of that, none. The steering wheel, there's some kind of spray all over the interior of the car to check for it. There's no blood. I think that there's context that the magistrate should have known that's absolutely exculpatory to Mr. Koberger, and it matters a whole lot.
I'm not saying it's not potentially exculpatory. I'm just saying I'm not sure how knowing that in light of a positive DNA connection would cause any magistrate to say, well, okay, I guess there's no probable cause here because you couldn't find other connection to forensic evidence, when there are other things in the affidavit or affidavits at that point that could explain that, including the use of covering clothing and covering gloves and all that could be put into a bag real quick on the way out that was in one of the affidavits.
Complete total idiot. He's not even listening. He's ignoring everything she's saying completely. Every time.
He might as well step up in the podium and start arguing. That's all he's doing is making arguments. He's not
yes, exactly. 100%. Absolutely.
Because he doesn't want to hear it, brother.
Because he knows it already, Robert. He knows it already. He knows she's right. Okay? There's the problem right there. Pure stupidity. God.
I guess, and I don't intend to argue with you about it. I understand your other arguments, but when you get to...
You don't intend to argue, but that's all you've done the entire fucking time. Look at her face. You can see it. She's got a dump like, really? Because that's what you're doing there, big guy.
Once they have the actual DNA, evidentiary DNA, it seems to me that it's an uphill battle to say there's not probable cause at that point.
Well, Your Honor should never get to that question, but I'm going to answer it for you. But you should never get to that question because you should have already found that AT&T 1 and AT&T 2 were terrible, and there's no probable cause for those, and they just build on each other. So you should find that the very first one lacked probable cause, and then everything else does as well. But let me answer your question there. If the magistrate judge had been told there's unknown male B in blood in the house attached to the handrail, that might have made more of a difference to her. Maybe a sheath that can be carried to the house and blood in the house that's not the same, maybe that matters. And then maybe the car being completely empty of any blood DNA connection, maybe that matters a little bit more. Maybe it.
Well, I'm just not sure why it matters for probable cause, but I think we're talking over each other, so I'll let you just go on.
Okay. I don't think probable cause is in a vacuum. I think probable cause isn't one thing. I hope it's not one thing. I hope there has to be a little bit more than one thing, especially when you've got another thing that's the same as the one thing.
Well, I said I wouldn't do this, but I'm going to do it anyway because you brought up blood DNA of an unknown individual that was found, I think, on the handrail.
Yes.
Doesn't that necessarily not exclude Mr. Koberg? What it may do is suggest there might be a potential other person in addition involved if you assume that that blood was related to the victims and not some earlier event in the house.
How about this, Kepler? Let's find out who that is.
What the court is saying is exactly why I needed to know that. Is there an
Yes, sir.
Why not? What we might not exclude him, but we don't even know who it is. Still to this very day, we don't even know who it is. So why don't we just go ahead and find out who that is?
Let's see, just like in one of the newest documents I was reading just like one of the newest documents I was reading last night. They're sealing up a bunch of stuff and redacting it for the protection of third parties because their names and phone numbers and birth dates are in some of these documents. Who are the fucking third parties?
The witnesses that were going to testify in the stand to the whole world and give all their information anyway, and other people, which makes no sense.
What was his view on alternate suspects?
That it wouldn't have mattered because it had nothing to do with the White Elantra. So therefore it's not relevant.
What about unknown B and D?
Nothing.
That was never tested.
Well, never. Welcome, Carol Ann.
Well, I do know in that newest document they were talking about the IgG, and they are sealing it up because it has third parties' names and information in it. So they're sealing the IgG.
And he's going completely against his own ruling. People that have already been portrayed through the media or through what do you call it, like Dateline or Nightline or stuff like that, whose names and faces have already been put out to the world, okay, there's no reason for them to be redacted or to be sealed, things like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But at the same time, he's turning around and resealing all this stuff and redacting everybody's faces, names, and all this. I don't care about people's phone numbers. I don't care about their dates of birth. I don't care about where the fuck they live at. I don't care about any of that. I just want to hear what they have to say about the case. So now, all these people that were going to testify as witnesses, people that were going to do this, do that, give their statements for that, it's all gone now. Only because they have to protect them from being possibly being harassed in the future. But you weren't going to do that if they were to get on the stand as a witness and testify. Is that right? That makes no sense. This man is an idiot. And I'll say it again and again and again. And I don't care who thinks it's disrespectful, because I will not respect somebody that doesn't respect himself enough to do his job the way that he should be.
And what can I always ask the question, Dago? If this knife sheath was sitting up underneath Maddie, as long as they said that it was, why was it not saturated with her DNA or Kaylee's DNA?
I can't answer that question, my friend. Sorry.
But you wanted to talk about, okay, you got my client's touch DNA, but what other part of DNA was on that knife sheet? Because it couldn't be sitting there all that time and not be saturated with blood, especially when you have two victims laying on the daggone bed, bleeding.
Well, if it's true that it was underneath Maddie's thigh and a comforter, sure, it could be hidden enough that it wouldn't have a lot, but it did still have multiple points of DNA all over it. So it got that on it at some point. How that happened, I don't know, but you know.
You have to admit, though, Dago, when you look at it from those photos we've seen of it, it looked pretty clean.
For the most part, yeah, it was. It was pretty fairly clean. I'll agree with you.
You would never known it was at a crime scene.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. And it was actually cleaner until they added that chemical to it. It looked brand new. It truly looked brand new until they added that chemical to it to do the testing on it. So there's that. Hey, Cass, good to see you, sis. I hope you're feeling better today. On we go.
So, yeah, I mean, if you ignore unknown B and D, I mean, yeah, you're going to ignore the fact that there might be alternate suspects.
I still think, Hemi, and I'll take this to the grave with me. I'll die on this hill. I think they know who those other.
Yeah,
I'm almost confident they know who that other DNA belongs to.
Oh, I agree with you.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Very comfortable saying that too.
I wouldn't doubt it. They know a lot more. They're just protecting. I just hoping that at the end of the day it all goes up in smoke for them. I just hope karma bites them all in the ass.
Right. On we go.
Another explanation here. I've got this sheath, but there are all these other things that if I know about them matter. What's the other explanation? What's going on with this investigation? What's happening here?
Given the timing of these records, from what I can tell in the emails that were produced by Detective Mowry, these records were generated on the 23rd.
I'm sorry?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, I thought somebody said something. Sorry.
Start with probable cause statements. If I had to pick a time when the wheels fell off the wagon, that's the date.
That's exactly the point, Your Honor.
There are statements and there's assumptions made in the records that will never be supported by the data.
What other explanation is there? The magistrate wasn't given a chance to ask that.
There's a lot of claims that are said in these emails, and even the name files of the records are problematic. It does not represent what it's claimed to represent.
She wasn't given a chance to ask that when she wasn't told about unknown male B, blood on the handrail. She wasn't given a chance to ask about that when she wasn't told about unknown male D, blood on a glove right outside the residence.
Sounds like those might be pretty important to us to Ben and Mr. Koberger.
I could give examples, but I know it's a very technical thing, so I'm not, it could be extremely impactful to either side. I'm not saying just in defending Mr. Koberger, it could be extremely impactful in prosecuting Mr. Koberger.
She wasn't given a chance to ask any of those questions.
The problem's the problem, not what the data helps or hurts.
Several of the warrants, and then Mr. Logson's going to cover 4. So I'll just wrap all of my argument up instead of getting up and down for each one. My oral argument is not meant to rehash every point briefed or every argument briefed. I'm giving you big picture comments based on the testimony, but I want to make it clear that we're not waiving any written arguments. While I question Corporal Payne and Detective Mowry about some exhibits, but not all, it was not an indication that others are not important. I wanted to make important points, but not belabor. With IGG and Franks having been addressed yesterday and the fact that the primary issues that I'm addressing have to do with general warrants, I'm not going to rehash those arguments, and I'm going to focus on the legal issues, beginning with the AT&T Warrant 1, Pen, Trap, and Trace, also known as AT&T 2, and the cell phone /USB drive. The Fourth Amendment requires particularity sufficient to prevent the exercise of discretion by an executing officer. The particularity requirement's objective is that necessary searches should be as limited as possible. A search warrant must be particular enough so that as to what is taken, nothing is left to the discretion of the officer executing the warrant. The government cannot seize the haystack to look for a needle. And there is an undisputed privacy interest in cell phone data, including cellular site data pursuant to Carpenter. All three of these warrants were issued in December 23rd and early January 2023. The two AT&T warrants were issued on December 23rd, 2022, within an hour of each other. The first did have a temporal narrowing.
Thank you, Moto Man. Moto Man says, I think the person that found the sheet or handled the sheet was searching for Elantras and touched Brian's, and the whole thing was a massive mistake, and they made it fit. Good point. Interesting point, and thank you again, sir. God bless. We love you, bro.
AT&T one had November 12th, 12 a.m. to November 14th, 12 a.m. The warrant itself was extremely broad and did not incorporate the affidavit. In support of this actual failure to incorporate, the officers admitted that they did not incorporate in the search, but to the extent that the state is going to argue that when the warrant says upon offer and proof, that is the same as hereby incorporates an affidavit, I pointed out the language in certain search warrant affidavits to show you that they do know what it means to actually use the language herein is incorporated Exhibit A, and that same language is not used in a single search warrant affidavit. So the incorporation that would be a remedy for this issue potentially of particularity doesn't exist when the search warrant affidavit is not included. Even if for some reason you were to determine that there was English language meaning upon proof and oath is the same as hereby incorporated, the language in the search warrant affidavits themselves is extremely broad. The affidavit of return signed by Detective Paynes, this is on AT&T 1, says that the warrant was served by email, and as he indicated, it did not include the search warrant in support. The description of the property in Exhibit A to AT&T described the property as just a phone number with no other description of the property, which indicates a lack of knowledge of what was actually seized and going to be searched. The second AT&T warrant and install pin trace was requested within 1 hour of the first warrant return at 3:50. The data from warrant 1 was analyzed such that by Special Agent Balance, such that Detective Payne was relying on Balance in his affidavit to support it by saying that the data that had been in their hands for less than an hour supported that the phone was possibly off going south on Pullman at 2:42 a.m. And there is just got to be a question for everybody of how does this massive amount of data get analyzed in an hour to create a second broader warrant. The warrant language in AT&T 2 pin trap trace is extremely broad, and the time frame goes from June 23 to 2020, June 23rd, 2022 to present. The crime of homicide was stated, but the date of the crime was not stated. There was no other specificity in the actual warrant. The warrant asked for extensive data, location data, timing reports, cell tower information, and installation of a pin trap and trace, among other many things. And when the warrant was served, a check the box form was included as a cover sheet to AT&T. Turning to the cell phone is first seized when Brian is arrested. It's copied by Special Agent Tanzola without a warrant, and then that USB drive makes its way to Idaho in an unclear fashion. It sounds to me like it came back with Corporal Payne, who was there for the arrest. And when that warrant is obtained for that USB drive, it's put in a safe with just a copy of the warrant that has no date of the crime, and there's nothing particularized about what is to be searched. This creates a general warrant with 100% total discretion and nothing to limit the search. And if you believe that access within a database by somebody unidentified other than Maori, who's going to evaluate that warrant, that they're going to look and pull that finalized search warrant from the database that everybody supposedly has access to, looking at that search warrant affidavit, there's full discretion to search the USB drive. There's no limitations and no efforts taken to address that.
I do love building bridges.
Right of privacy in the information that we have in our Amazon goings about why should the state have to have a warrant for that. I thought we set it out pretty well in the briefing, but I think
The thing about bridges is that every one of them is an invitation to people on the other side to come over and play. Some of those people might hate you. Some might just be simple or scared or naive. Some are enemies or trolls or federal agents who are best left under the bridge. Those are the ones who will try to steer and poison whatever you're doing if you let them come across. Every bridge could make you stronger, or it could destroy everything you want to defend and protect.
But I think, the big concept and takeaway here is.
Sorry about the echo. And yes, that's a good point, SRB. I agree. But I agree with her too, guys, that I believe it was there, guys. I believe that the sheath was there. How it got there, that's where I have questions. Okay, truly and honestly.
Carpenter and Riley, the United States Supreme Court starts doing something different. And I think what the court is starting to recognize is that, to a great extent, the United States has become a sort of panopticon. That is, the concept of the panopticon is you have a prison in which you only need a small number of guards because you have a very heavy-duty surveillance system. In the United States, we have via our phones, via the internet, much of what we do.
That's kind of an important statement right there, and an important fact, you guys. The profile Q1.1 failed the first two runs.
Now I remember seeing a interview with Vargas, the one that was visited by the FBI.
Yep.
And yes, she stated on the stand that that you can, if you keep a like what Lucy just said there, a Q1 profile open, you can actually manipulate the profile by adding other someone else's DNA to the profile. If you keep that same profile open in CODIS, you can actually manipulate it.
Well, again, I wouldn't be surprised by any means whatsoever. They assigned the Q1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4 to a whole different lab number. See, that's what I'm saying. If you tell me that there's no corruption involved in how all these things happened and went down, here, I'll let you, or let me find them here. I have them right here, guys. I'll let you borrow my glasses. Okay. 1 second. Here they are. You can borrow my glasses and look this over yourself again, because come on. I mean, it's right in our faces. It's insane and it's ignorant. How, once again, this is why I'm doing it. How has the Department of Justice, nobody pointed this out, and why are they not looking at this saying, what? Again, what? I just doesn't make sense. And Lucy says it's a whole different jacket than the M2022 4843. So again,
I've been screaming corruption from the top of my lungs from day one.
Big capital C. Yeah.
Is now surveilled and very easily accessible. And so the fact that we have the third-party doctrine made sense when it was being adopted back in the 70s and the 60s. It stops making sense once all of this information is easily accessible in a way that it is.
Happy November. Whatever you do this month, don't feed the trolls or the feds. Don't let them.
No, you watched it with me here, Lucy. You probably didn't want to, but we had to tie you to a chair. But you did watch it. Just saying.
Feed you. Don't take the bait. Don't play with fire, but burn whatever bridges you need to burn.
And so our point is that the judiciary has to have a role in this.
Oh, and thanks for being my neighbor. You can cross my bridge anytime you want. I sure fit.
There has to be a judge between us and the executive. Otherwise, we're essentially allowing the executive to know everything about us all the time. And so the state makes the point that, similar to the one that Professor Kerr made about going and getting bank materials, once those were things that could be done simply and efficiently via these records, a person didn't have to go out and get the cash. The state argues in this case, because of Amazon, Mr. Koberger didn't have to go someplace to purchase items. All of that would have been out in public. He's doing it on his computer. And so why should that make it private? And the reason why that has to become private, Your Honor, is because of the vast amount of information that is now so easily accessible to the government. If we don't require a warrant, we essentially put all of ourselves at hazard of being snooped on at any time. And so I also just want to just briefly bring up, I think yesterday the court had talked about privacy rights with the IgG databases. And I certainly want to make sure that we are preserving that argument. We included it in the briefing. We do believe that Americans have privacy interest in the genetics they share with other people and that other people then place within these databases. So that is not something that we intended to abandon in any way yesterday. If the court has no other questions for me, I would rely on the briefing.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Now I'm gonna give you the link to this video in the chat. That way you guys can scroll down into her description and you can pull all of the documents you want to look at from this, whatever else that she used to refer to this, because she did an amazing job, as she always does, because Lucy does really good stuff with this, guys. She's amazing. And I love you, Lucy. I appreciate what you did with it and everything else you do as well. Michelle, have a great night. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm sure it's really late for you there. And hopefully we'll see you again here soon. Have a great one, hon. So again, guys, I'm going to drop the link for this here. And again, Lucy, thank you so much. Mikey just dropped the link to her channel itself. But 1 minute here. This is called Addressing the AT&T Timing Advance Conspiracy. And 1 minute here. 1 second, guys. Sorry. Where it is. Here it is. And there, everything is very neatly put together in here. The tower dump, the AT&T half-mile tower dump, November 19th is listed in here. 1 second about the search warrants here. Also, all the way down, every one of the documents is linked in here as well as the transcript and anything else you can imagine, because Lucy's very meticulous about these things and did an amazing job. So Mikey just dropped her link there, guys. Again, Addressing the AT&T Timing Advance Conspiracy. You can't miss it. So once you go into there, and she said, yeah, like she says, everything is in there in order as it appears throughout the video, guys, and it's an amazing job.
And for all the attorneys that's been following this case, that would be a good video to watch.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We may have to come back to this at some point when the either with Andrew Myers when he does running have the time to be able to join us, or with the custody queens, or both. Who knows? Like, it points out everything that's wrong with this case, everything that was done in this case that shouldn't have been done by the people that shouldn't have done it. Okay, so I'm just saying, 100%.
You know what I can't wait for? You know what I can't wait for, Dago? Is I've written that new the unsealing document. They're going to be unsealing all the text logs. The only thing they're going to be redacting is the full number, except for like the last 4 digits. I'm kind of wondering if they're going to be releasing Kaylee's text log from that night.
Oh, I doubt it.
Or at least maybe Dylan and Bethany.
I doubt that we will get. We'll see, but it would be interesting. There's certain things that we shouldn't. Oh, well, take care, KS. Thank you for joining us tonight. Hope you have a great night. And yeah, in the Hemisphere program, absolutely. So, I do too. I still think that we deserve, and I still think we should see the autopsy diagrams, as I was saying this morning when I was with Alana. Early this afternoon, that was something that got brought up again, and I truly think we should be seeing that. That would explain everything when it comes to the wounds and injuries. But
yeah, I do know that it did state in the document that the crime scene photos will remain sealed. They will not be released.
Well, they can. I don't care about that. They can keep
Yeah.
those. Like I said, I just want to see the diagrams,
The
guys.
outlines, basically. The outlines of the autopsy.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a diagram that they put out that's like a stick figure that shows where every wound was, what aspect it was, the type of, some sort of an illustration as to what caused the injury of the wound. We should be seeing that, every bit of that. So, I want to know where the hell that's at too. 100%. Kim's right. I don't know why we wouldn't see it all. Why are they not? Why did they give us that generic grid that they put out about the injuries and the wounds instead of just giving us that, like we saw with the Ellen Greenberg case and every other case I've ever followed? There's some form of a diagram that they will give you from the autopsy that shows exactly how this stuff happened, except in this case. So, excuse me. Sorry, guys. The state's trial exhibit list 21, April of 25. Page 21, line number 2, the AT&T timing advance from June 23rd of 22 through December 23rd of 22. Maddie Mogan and Xana Kernodle Spones. There you go. Thank you, Miss Lucy, as always. You go for it, Scully. Wait. Be right back. I'm going to go purchase on my Don Jeff H account. Don't bash. Okay, bud. How many depth, location, shape diagram? Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. All of that. We should be seeing all that, and it should have every single injury that we saw on the grid, I guess you could say. So I don't see exactly why we can't have that, guys. And I'm not saying we won't ever get it, but when? And we should have had that a long time ago. They gave us the other side to it, on that grid that it's not a grid, but that's what I call it. You should have given us that right there with it. Okay.
And like a stick figure diagram, basically.
Yeah. Basically, yeah, that's what it is. And I agree with you on that. I agree with you 100% that, especially Brian's. I don't care we don't need to know that.
No.
Okay. There's no reason it's going to make a damn bit of difference for me. So,
yeah, and that is one of the things that they are keeping under seal is his mental health records that will remain sealed. And I said in my video last night, that should be the way it should be.
Yeah,
and it's nobody's business except for him and his parents, and the prisons. What his mental health says is not my business. It's not nobody's business but theirs.
Agreed. Kim just said, I want the report from the medical examiner describing transfer, weapon type, stomach yeah, every bit of it, Kim. I want it all. Every aspect. Don't just give us little pieces and things that you think that's just enough for them. That's enough. They don't need anything else. Bullshit. Sorry, but bullshit.
And see, what I can't figure out though is why are they stealing the 911 call when it's already been released?
I don't know what you're talking about with that 911 call. You've said that a couple of times, and I haven't heard that anywhere until just tonight when you said it.
Yeah, it's in that new document that was dropped. It said that the 911 call that the grand jury heard will remain sealed.
Okay. So is there a different version of the 911 call than what Channel 4 dropped that we had? I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't know either. I saw that in the document last night when I read over it.
I don't know. Lucy, do you know anything about that? Did you know Brian had a type of I heard that before, Kim. It was part of the weight loss issue he had. Okay. I don't know if it's true. I didn't know anything about it, but isn't it the testimony relating to the 911 call? That's all I thought was just the testimony about the 911 call to the grand jury, not the actual full call that we've already heard. Unless it's changed, which I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, Tandy says the grand jury. I'll say so. It's just going to be the testimony, Robert. It's not going to be the actual 911 call. So okay. Good golly, Miss Molly. Hello and good evening, dear. Thank you, ladies, about that. And Brian has AFib. Okay. Interesting. My understanding is it's only okay, so that's everybody's saying. So it's just going to be the testimony, Robert. No worries. But still, I don't think I know. We know that the grand jury information usually is always sealed, but
Yeah.
I truly, at this point, I've always felt, and I obviously I'm not going to change the laws, or nobody is going to, but I've always felt that once a case is over, you have your guy, you have him in prison for the rest of his life, and everybody else's. Why hold anything back at that point? Let it out. So, yeah, it's called food avoidance or restricting. I got you. That makes sense. That's he was very, from what Willie had said, once he lost his weight, he was very adamant about keeping it off, no matter what the circumstance was. So that's crazy.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a turn and look at that video.
I pray YouTube is too good for my. Well, okay, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, brother. Very much appreciated. God bless. Like I said, any bit of that comes from Cash App or PayPal or Venmo, that's all going towards Christmas this year, guys. That way we can try to have one. So thank you very much, Scully. I appreciate that more than you know, bro. No offense, but this case sounds about. I can't do it as well as we did, but yes. Let's see. I'm searching for my sanity. Yeah, by the way, if I haven't said it today yet, I want to make this statement real quick. I hate this case. I absolutely hate this case. Okay, just so you guys know, and I'll say it for Meg, and I'll say it for Lucy, and I'll say it for Mama Bear, and everybody else in here. I hate this case.
This case gives me so much of a headache. If you look, I went and changed my icon.
Yeah, I see what you're doing there. It's not Dago Mayoris, it's Joe Mayoris, bud. Can one of the mods drop the Cash App link real quick, please? Please and thank you. I don't want you sending it somewhere that it's not gonna go the wrong place there, buddy. And Mike said, hey, like, share, and subscribe if you would. Please and thank you. Jules got a reply from MP that the G's got the 11-12 footage. Oh, see, that's insane, y'all. Look at that. So the G's actually are getting the same shit that we're getting. And you would think that they should have gotten something a little bit more. You would think. Let me see here. She's live now with something else. Going back over to defense team warned us about. Yep, it's true. Let me check something here, everybody. Again, Lucy, thank you for that video, even though it raised my blood pressure through the roof again. It's worth it. She says, thank you, Tandy. There you go, bud. That's the Cash App is listed right there, Scully. In chat there when he said that the sounds on it's scrolling at the bottom of the screen too, Scully, that the sounds on the 11-12 don't match the Linda Lane that leaked. Really interesting. Yes.
It's in my opinion, all that's been manipulated and all that stuff.
Lies, a little bit more lies, and on top of that, let's sprinkle some lies. Oh wait, don't forget to add a little sprinkle of bullshit too.
Although I believe that the last video that Jules got about the 235 to 335, whatever it was, I believe that was legit. And it's the reason why she got that the video she got now was redacted. And we showed it was muted. But to hear that same video was muted too that Steve G got, now I don't know.
Well, I'm gonna tell you that everything that it says it in the report that she received about the videos that they were redacted. So, what did they redact from it? That's what I want to know.
No, she was talking about that there's some parts of it that was speeding up, and
you think there's audio in it, Jesse? Let's lie about lying about the lies. Why not? We might as well, Jeremy. We might as well.
Kind of like a song by Thompson Twins. Lies, lies, lies. Yeah.
Yeah, right. And
Well,
received
all
all.
my Fleetwood Mac fans out there, lies, sweet little lies.
Tell me lies. Tell me sweet little lies. Wait, what are we saying here, Lucy? Hold on. Let me go back up to the last comment you made. The hearing on May 30th of 24. Yeah, that was the big hearing. I think there must be pew pew noise on that 1-2:30 video. Why select? Okay. Could be something else that's stated too, Kim, like actual like vocals, you know what I mean? Absolutely, Mikey. Thank you, buddy. Don't let this case be the one that breaks. Oh, hell no, Miss Cat Lady. I'm sorry. You already know me, okay? You, if anything, it's going to make me stronger. It will make me stronger and want to push more. But I appreciate the care, dear. I do truly do. Yeah, why silence it? That's a great question, Kim. Why? Video and audio. Oh, so Ann got all of that. Got you. Okay, I see what you're saying there. And there again is Miss Lucy's link, guys. Make sure you're subscribed if you have not yet done it. Please do. What's up, Twiz? And what did he say? Typically, what about the fog lights? Yeah, what about the fog lights? Today, this morning, I think it was this morning. I'm losing my time in the day. DA was live and I joined him over there and we went through that whole thing with the fog lights. They're not on the car. And they weren't on the car when they caught Brian's car at the grocery store. They weren't on the car after they took it into the impound. So what about the fog lights? Whose car is that?
Wasn't that wrecked car in Oregon? Didn't that have fog lights on it?
I do not remember right now. Hold on a minute. I was going to say, Jen, I didn't think he had AFib. That's a heart issue. But that's okay. I get what you mean now. RFID. Gotcha. Yeah, Smirky, of course. But in video, I know what you meant there. Sorry. That's another good point too, Foxy. There is Christie's link to her channel, guys. Please make sure. Thank you for the information, Scully. I appreciate that. I'm just trying to catch up on chat, you guys. I don't like missing things you say. Again, all of these links here, please make sure you guys have subscribed to and hit the notification bell on. You don't want to miss anything any one of these creators puts out. Thinking about putting together like a roundtable thing with multiple creators here, guys, and just us to answer multiple questions in here. So I'm going to put a poll up about that and see what you guys think. Let me see. Becky's in the house. Good to see you. Do fog lights come on? Not all of them, Foxy. No. You can get a very based out standard version that has none of that extra stuff, or you can get something that's fully loaded that has fog lights and you know, all sorts of other special things added to it. Now, I don't know who exactly I can get to join me, but I'm pretty sure I can get a few people to join me on that one. Let me put this poll together real quick for you guys.
You know, I'd be down for it, Dago.
Absolutely.
Yeah, me too. I'll be here.
Okay. Here you go, SRB. I know you love your polls. There's a special poll just for you. We know, Tandy, you don't do polls. You're good, Scully. No, you're good, bud. You're good. And the question there was, should we have a round table with multiple creators? Yes, no, or I don't care. I'm sure there'll be many I don't cares. Yeah, Brian's car was pretty standard from my understanding. It was not the fully loaded out, decked out, it's got wings on it version, you know? Oh, she went to sleep.
So basically, like the base model.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I thought that's I didn't I say that the base model or no? I thought I did. I'm sorry.
What I would love to see is a panel with Jules and Mana.
That I don't
That
know if
would
I
be
can,
dope.
I don't know if I can make that happen, but it would be a good one. Definitely would be a good one. I'm pretty sure I can definitely get Lana. But Jules doesn't really do other panels anymore. But I'd like to get DA Lana. I'm gonna sit down and make up a list and see what works out, what I could get. Maybe the custody queens, maybe Lucky. We'll see what happens.
Boxy Rose just said Robert, Lucky, and AR.
We can I can hold quite a few people up here, so we'll see. Well, Lee's a definite for sure. Let's see. Outcast cleaned up footage audio and was downloaded, and was downloaded 21st. Happened to be Brian's birthday, but he never got it back till 28th when they got back from holiday. Oh, got you. Okay, thank you, George. Ali Ito, good to see you. Pop doesn't do Pop, from my understanding, Ali, unfortunately, he doesn't do panels. I mean, he might, I don't know, but I don't think he does.
No, because he did a
Holy
live
hell.
with a one of the hearings, and he said he's going to be in chat. He don't do the
Right.
thing.
Yeah, he doesn't do the live thing. Wow, that was crazy. That poll went to 100% like within seconds. So we have 98% said yes, 2% said no, and 0% said I don't care. I'll be damned. I thought a bunch of you guys would say that. Awesome. Well, there it is. Let's see if I can make it happen. And let's see. Jabba 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 said he might be fishing, so we don't know. Maybe I can get Harsh on there too. Harsh and I are supposed to hook up. He said before Christmas, but everybody's busy, so I'm ready when he is. And Andrew Myers has been super busy, so I haven't been able to get him back over here yet. I do want to reach out to Miss Kathy over at Indie Zone and see if she would join us. Annie from Miss Pods. Might have to do more than one, but I'm sure I could get Miss Kim. It would be interesting, yes. Anything to add to this? That ain't gonna happen, Allie. He'll never. 2.5 years ago, we probably could have gotten him on board, but it won't happen at this point. Not even close. Which I don't know how many of you guys can handle that anyway, even if we were able to. I'll work on it though and see if I can get it together. I know there's probably a good handful that I can get for sure that would be down, that are willing to do about anything. So we'll see what happens, and we'll just do the best we can, guys. That's my whole point. Anything you guys want to? I don't think that's going to happen either, George. I'm sorry. Anything you want to add to any of this?
Well, I was going to ask you about the defense creators out of Chicago who has done a lot of work with the Allen case, the Delphi case.
Delphi case, yeah.
They made a statement about the Koberger case, and he didn't really. They don't really follow it. It would be very interesting to kind of reach out to them and kind of see if they'd be willing to do a collab. I'm trying to see. You know what I'm talking about?
talking about Bob Motto with the Defense Diaries? Is that who you're talking about? Defense Diaries?
I think so.
Bob Motto and his wife, they're both attorneys. They covered the Delphi case pretty hardcore. I like Bob a lot. I don't see them doing anything with the Idaho case. Ever. They're definite guilters, and have been on that. And I respect Bob, but I don't agree with him on this case.
Okay, well, I just thought I'd mention it to you and ask you.
No,
see what
sure.
you thought. I didn't know.
Yeah, Bob's
know,
not gonna. He's. I don't. I mean, he might, but I don't think you would like hearing what he had to say about it. Is all I'm going to say. What's up? Too fast for fleas? Real quick, let me check something out here.
How is Sergeant Party doing? I haven't seen him lately.
He's doing good. He's just kind of stepped away from this until something happens with Brian, if it's going to happen. So in turn, you know, that's about it, guys. As far as he's concerned, Moto Man dropped another one in here. I had these starred. Think the person that found the sheath, handled the sheath, was searching for the launchers in touch. Yeah, I did bring that up once. Thank you, sir, Moto Man. I appreciate it. Miss Christine dropped another super chat. Thank you and God bless. We're already halfway through the second goal already. Lucy said game over. Suzanne Silverstein dropping a super chat. Thank you very much for that. Bad Mom Bree became a member. Inside Your Bone.
What about Burkhart?
And Merry Christmas. Andrea. That's an interesting. I'll write that down. I don't know. That'd be interesting though, I think, for sure.
Well, at least get her opinions, because I was watching one of the videos she was covering, and she was flabbergasted. She was like, "Wow, whoa, reflex."
You should know some of the creators you want to mix. Yes, I know, Murky. I very much do. Good to see you, Max. Pete Altieri over at Murder Metal Mayhem. That'd be interesting. You need a misinformation call-out panel and a group plan on how and what steps to do to get this. Yeah, that's another good point, too. Well, that could be what happens if we can all get together. I mean, we already have things in play that we're doing, but we could talk about it if we get enough creators together to see, you know, what everybody adds to it. Welcome, Julianne. Good to see you.
Yeah, even if it's like once a month or so, or whatever.
Miss Potts, Willie, and Twiz. That would be wild. And Miss Christie. Andrea was questioning things for sure. I think, yeah, I agree. I'll see what I can do. It'll probably be after Christmas, obviously, but
yeah, I'm hoping that things will get better around here where I'm at.
It's Kneading Cane Dough. What is up, buddy? Kneading Cane Dough. How are you, bro? Swamp Bros. I don't know that she's even on YouTube anymore, you guys. I haven't seen Kiki in a long time, sadly.
Last thing I heard, she was just here for the IDAHO4 case and walked away.
Okay. You know,
after he was sentenced, she walked away.
I liked a lot of her input on things, so that's sad. Twiz and Jesse. Twiz. Yeah, I'm hoping that he gets back soon. I have to reach out to him again and see what he's up to. Kind of miss him. Miss Noni, good to see you. Is Eddie gonna? He's doing okay. Last I checked. I don't like to keep bothering him because he's been really, really busy working. So, let me see something here.
I'm sorry, my name ain't Eddie.
Let me see. The last. Yeah, he's been hammered with work this winter so far. So, but he's doing good. He said he misses everybody. So, there was a channel that was Kiki 2025 or something. I thought swamp started. Oh, maybe.
Yeah, it was called Capri.
I've not seen that. That could be. You could be right, Twiz. I've never heard of it though. Interesting. Myers is. I'm still trying to get him to come on to do a regular show with me. He's trying to, but he's super busy. You know, being an attorney and all. Of course, that's going to come before this. So to be able to separate from what he normally does and then step on somewhere else, we'll get together hopefully soon. He said he's down. Would love to collaborate. He goes, it's the timeline thing. You know what I mean? Yeah, I love Andrew too, especially with this case. So you should invite Santa, the man himself. Oh my God! You know what? Noni, I'd get thrown off YouTube that day. Oh my God, I would get thrown. Bill Thompson himself, huh? Yeah.
Well, he is on a media tour right now.
Nope. That's exactly what would happen. Nope. That's how that would go. And then after that, everybody would throw that in. Or that one. I can't with him because I would go nuts. I would go absolutely nuts with him. It's a good idea, though, Noni. Actually, it's a great idea. I would love to have a conversation with him. I don't think I could ever talk to Jennings with a serious face. I'd love to have a conversation with anybody from the defense team, any one of them. Plus, I'd probably lose 3/4 of the chat if Thompson came on panel here. I can almost guarantee that. Let's see over here. I don't know, you guys. Anything else to add, Mr. Robert? Thank you, Truth.
Well,
I mean, you've said quite a bit, so.
Yeah, well, other than that, other than just spending time with my kiddo this Christmas, I'm doing a live in the morning. Other than that, that's about it.
Oh, I just meant about this, but that's cool. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, I couldn't bring Bill Thompson on here.
Yeah, I would be pulling my hair out if you brought Bill Thompson on here.
Yeah, I get it. And every time the man opens his mouth, so it would be worthless.
When do you think that those new unsealed docs are going to drop, Dago?
I'm going to start looking tomorrow. I've always seen all the documents drop anywhere between Tuesday and Friday. It's usually those 2 days. So I hope, fingers crossed, maybe we'll start seeing some stuff tomorrow. If we do, you know I'm going to have it. And you know we're going to start going through it. If not, Friday, we may not get anything because a lot of these government offices close a few days before Christmas and then they open up a few days after Christmas. So we may not get anything for a while. Hey, Kimba.
Yeah, because the leasing office where we're at right now is closed today and it won't be open until the 26th. So it won't be open until
that's what I mean, right? So we may not get anything till next week at all, guys. There's Kiki right there. Good to see you. Hope you're having a great holidays. Is that Kiki Swamp Rose Kiki or is that Kiki?
I don't know.
I don't think that's either way. I miss them both, so it's great to see you, Kiki, as well. Maybe panels should be themed. Lawyers on one and next DNA content creators. Then, well, that's why I thought it'd be a good idea to bring different creators that are on different types of, that do things different ways together and see how it works out. Either way, we'll figure it out, guys. We'll figure it out. Maybe you should just catfish him. Sure. That sounds like a plan, bud. Yep. I think I got it down now. Thank you, Kane, for that. Yeah, that would work. Especially them. Next thing you know, one of you guys will be covering a case about me.
Oh no, Rewa just mentioned 2 names in the chat.
Who?
Rewi Manu.
Oh, Rui?
Yeah.
I'm looking. Let me see. Let me get there. By the way, good to see you tonight, JC. I hope you're doing well, hon. You can put it down. It's not your master. There's a difference. Yeah. Are you insane? You want to talk about disaster? Holy shit. No, that would be bad. That would be so bad. And I don't want to be responsible for that. So no.
All right, I got another question for you, Dago. Have you ever heard of the serial killer called named Glenn Rogers?
Glenn Rogers? Yes, I covered a case on him. If that's you, yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, I watched an episode of FBI Files about him.
Yeah.
Well, my aunt, husband, sister was the girl that he killed in Bossier City.
Your aunt's husband?
Yeah, my aunt Beverly, her husband.
Oh, your uncle's sister. Okay.
Yeah. Or my uncle's sister.
Yeah. I was like, wait a minute, let's make this more sense.
Yeah. Well,
gotcha.
During his killing spree, she's the one that unfortunately perished.
I'm sorry to hear.
Well, I don't know how they ever talk about it, but I kind of hate to talk about it. But I watched the documentary, and there was something that was said by his brother that was kind of interesting. The night that OJ girlfriend and I think her friend or whatever died, they was trying to, the OJ Simpson trial. Well, come to find out from his brother now, they was talking, him and OJ was talking, and OJ had him come break in the house to steal some jewelry. And on his way out, that's when he met Nicole and the other guy. So he told his brother, or confessed to his brother, that he killed him. So I found that was very interesting.
Yeah, definitely pretty wild. But I mean, I imagine nobody would want to talk about that either. It's pretty unsettling.
I kind of kept that to myself. I don't, I don't know the guy. You know what I'm saying? So kind of crazy. Yeah, the OJ trial. Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, and in my opinion, in the OJ case, I'll be honest with you guys, and some people probably think I'm crazy. I think it was his son, not him. That's my opinion. So, like I said, before you guys try to come through the computer at me, because I know a lot of people think he did it. I think it was his older son. I don't think it was him. If you ever watched that documentary or read any of that book, it makes sense.
Could it have been his best friend, Al Cowlings?
No.
I mean, I didn't mention that I might kind of mention it just to put it out there, but just go and watch that documentary on Glenn Rogers. And take it for whatever.
Yeah, it's an interesting. The Glenn Rogers thing is interesting. I got for sure.
I mean,
Like
he
I
was
said,
yeah,
I'm
he
pretty
was
sure
on
we
the
covered it. I thought we did.
he was a nut. He was a sicko.
Yeah, most of them are. Same day. I think. Yeah. Yep. I mean, if you go look at, there's a documentary they did about this, and it it shows it some things in that like I couldn't not think that afterwards. If it makes any sense to you guys, I watched a movie the other night. You guys, I don't know what the absolute hell was I watching. I couldn't even believe it. It was a movie about. It was called the Nicole Brown Simpson Murders. I think that's what it was called. And they actually used it wasn't a Lifetime one. This was something different because they had fairly well-known actresses in it and actors, some of them. And there was some weird shit in this movie. You guys talk like poltergeist stuff happening to Nicole, and I'm like, what in the God's name? It was crazy. So they went nuts with that. But the documentary I watched in regards to that, where they related to OJ's son, it really made that make so much sense to me. Just saying. Hey, Susie, good to see you.
I called the prison where BTK's at earlier today to see if I could get his prison number so I could write him. According to one of the corrections officers, he's been put on end of life care.
BTK.
Yeah.
You could probably reach out to his daughter. She's pretty good with responding to people, and she's a really good person. That's the direction I would go if he might be in really bad shape. So that's the direction you would probably go if you want to talk about. She'll talk to you and she can tell you things too. So
yeah, because when he first started his crime spree, I was roughly about 4 years old. No, correction, 3 years old. He started in 74. I was born in 72, so I was about 3 years old when he first started his crime spree. And I remember back then we used to keep our doors, like unlocked, even to go to the store. And my mom started locking our doors, and I asked her, "Why are you locking your doors?" And all she told me was, "Wichita has a boogeyman now."
wow. That I've seen, yeah. I agree with that, Mike. Merry Christmas to you too, Chriser. Yeah, I've seen some. That's interesting, Robert. I've seen some wild ass stories about. Actually, we watched a video here one night about the Watts house. Chris Watts, that situation that makes it look like that house is haunted as all hell from some of the shit that we saw. Yeah, that's what I thought. I heard that too, Tonka, but I didn't know. I didn't really look into it. Oh wow. I think I was when OJ. What year did the OJ case happen? Did the
95, I believe.
Wait, what?
95. I believe it was 95.
So that was 20. Okay. Yeah. I'm so old now.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, I was 20. I'm 51 now. Can't believe it's crazy. It's been that long. Yeah, Kiki's been around for a long time, Twiz. Like I said, I didn't think this was Kiki, like Swamp Rose Kiki. This is a different version of Kiki. Yeah. Oh, really? That'll be wild, Kim. I have to make sure I catch that. 94, 95, I was 10. Okay. You're just a baby.
Yeah, I was 22 in 95.
No, I was in high school.
Yes. Yeah, I don't even pay attention to that shit, Murky, but I did see that. They reach out and put out the craziest shit on these cases. It's nuts. It is nuts.
And things were going crazy. I was just watching the video right before you went live. This girl, I don't know where she was at. It was in. I posted in the Discord, so you can watch it if you want. Civil Law had it on his channel.
Gotcha.
This woman was an Uber driver, and she just went nuts and was hitting the cops, running from them, just being crazy, absolutely crazy.
Wow.
Nuts. It's the only way to describe it. I mean, whenever you get time, you need to watch that. That's kind of remind me of the
shit
DoorDash girl.
Oh man, I missed it. I forgot about that tonight. Well, guys, when you get a chance, make sure you jump over. DA was live with I think it was with Birdie a while back, a couple hours ago. So make sure you go check that out. Show some support there when you get some time. I missed it, damn it. I forgot all about that, or I wouldn't have scheduled this when I did. Damn it.
But yeah, one of BTK's the first 4 victims, the Otero family. I've been doing research because I've been trying to do my best to go pay respects to all of his victims, because a majority of them is buried here in Wichita, and maybe one is buried in Harper and another one's buried in Oklahoma. But
Gotcha.
his first victims are actually buried in Puerto Rico.
That's interesting. Very interesting.
But Charlie, Charlie Otero, Joseph Otero, Josephine Otero, Josie Otero, and Joseph Otero Jr. They're all buried in Puerto Rico.
Gotcha.
I would put him right above, right there with Bundy.
Who?
Bundy.
You'd put who with Bundy?
Ted Bundy.
Ted Bundy. Oh, no, I know who you're talking about, but you said you'd put him right there with Bundy. Who's him?
BTK.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought you guys switched over.
Some of the most sadistic serial killers of our time.
Yeah, I would put him. I'll tell you who is in a bracket all his own. In my, as Hemi would say, in my humble opinion, is this crazy ass MFer. Hold on a minute here. This dude is a whack job for real. And at first I thought it was a show. I'm gonna show you some of this and check this dude out, because I had people sent a couple guilters like 2 years ago, like, he is just like this guy talking about Brian Koberger. You're out of your damn mind. Are you taking off there, Tandy? Have a good night, dear. Here you go, guys. Check this guy out. This dude's completely inside out, in my opinion.
Okay, Mikhail, hi.
Oh, yeah.
What kind of a person are you? Kind of person would I describe myself to be? I don't know.
Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Richard Ramirez.
An ordinary person, but then again, there's Jekyll and Hyde to me.
He takes the Jekyll and Hyde to a whole different level. He's nuts.
Okay, Dago, let me ask you, how long was his spree?
Okay.
Say again?
How long was his spree when he was active?
You know what? I don't even know, dude. I'd have to go look that up. I did cover him a while back. I don't remember. Night Stalker watched his cousin kill his wife. Yeah. I don't think it was super duper long, if I remember right, but he just like completely detached.
He ended up dying of stomach cancer on death row in 2013, I believe.
Who, Ramirez?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see. I didn't even know that. Yeah, he got caught pretty fast, if I remember right.
Yeah, he actually got caught by a group of Mexicans on the street when he was getting off of a Greyhound bus. They started they recognized him from his mugshot or a wanted poster, and they started I guess chanting something at him and chased him down the street, beat the crap out of him, and then held him there until the cops got there.
Yeah, this guy he actually kind of scared me watching this. I'm not going to show a lot. I'm just going to show you just a couple of minutes of this.
Okay, go ahead. Next
In my
question.
talks with you, you gave me the formula for the serial kill.
Yes, I believe a serial killer comes about by circumstances, and it is like a recipe. Poverty, drugs, child abuse, a few other things that I can't recall right now, but I believe that these things, contribute to a person's frustration and anger, and at some point in life, he explodes.
For those of you younger people, and some of you that may not know, this is Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker. This guy is probably in my opinion, one of the most prolific and scariest serial killers ever to exist, in my opinion, because he truly believed in the things I saw about him. Like, he believed in what he was doing. He had the whole satanic side to him and every bit of it. It's just, this guy was bad out there. It was crazy.
He was only active 16 months.
Right. And thank God. Could you imagine what he could have accomplished if he would have like stayed in hiding, like Golden State and BTK and all them?
Well, if you look at the Green River Killer, who is now in end of life care, they've attributed to him over 100 victims. A lot of them that they've never found.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. And hold on a minute. Another one. This guy's just as bad, if you ask me. Hang on a minute here. Hold on.
Which one was in the? I'm trying to think of his name on the dating show.
Oh, Rodney Acola. They called him the dating game killer.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rodney Acola. Now this guy, Israel Keys. Oof, another one. This guy these people, it like scares you sometimes, thinking about what goes through, what's brewing inside there. You know what I mean?
Tommy Boy Charm was saying in the chat that she lived across the street from that one Seattle serial killer, Spokane serial killer.
Oh, okay, that's wild.
There was one that was from
the Kehoe. I got you. The Kehoe brothers.
He was from Alaska, and he had kill kits.
This guy did, yeah.
In various places in North America.
Yeah, he had them buried all over the place, and it's like he just knew. Think about the planning that went into that. You know what I mean?
That's crazy, isn't it?
It is beyond crazy. And okay, here's the thing: is the premeditation behind some of these guys. Okay, like doing what he did. Wow, that just tells you the depth of mental illness and stuff. You know what I mean? The kill kit thing is just it blew my mind when I found that out. And Noel's right. These are the true boogeymen.
No doubt.
Just your whole area.
Come go to a remote area that's not anywhere near where you live, that other people go to as well.
The police interrogation is in.
And when you watch them explain stuff, it's like they're telling you how to paint a house. It's like, it's just, well, you just do this, this, and this, and it's no big damn deal. You know what I mean?
Right.
Really? Yeah, Keys was crazy. Ramirez was insane. BTK, I had trouble believing a lot of what he did because of the way he spoke. Like kind of like, you know, Bundy was. The one that got me that was really interesting to me was Golden State. I mean, that guy did that for how long, you guys?
And he went into hiding, and they didn't find him until like years later.
And he was a police officer. Okay. And then this guy is another one. I think this is him.
There was one from I think it was Atlanta, Georgia, way back in late 70s, early 80s, where he was taking little kids.
Uh-huh.
Oh, it was
Yeah.
Robert Lee Yates that Tommy Boy lived across the street from.
Oh, Yates, that's another one. Yeah, you said that before, Tommy Boy. All right, Piglet. Have a good night, hon. Thanks for joining us.
But all these guys got one thing in common. They all like to be in the limelight.
Well, you want to know something?
Give them a chance to get in the limelight. They love that.
Yeah.
And Ramirez was the most infamous one about that. Because
Well,
I like
that's why I thought for a while that Ramirez was putting on a show. Not after I read the stories about him. No. He was a few Cracker Jacks short of a box for sure. Yeah, this dude here is just, he creeps me like to no end. And I don't think he was really that bad based on the stories that I read, but good job, Kane. Good job, buddy. Richard Speck. I don't know if anybody's ever followed this one.
Did you grab?
What?
Just wasn't their night. It just wasn't their night.
And this guy I believe he took hormone pills or something so that he could have women's breasts. And it's like, okay.
I'm getting kind of Jeffrey Dahmer kind of thing.
Well, see, that Dahmer weirds me out because I grew up like 45. Well, no, where I lived at that point was 45. Now I'm about 25 minutes from where Dahmer grew up at in Bath, Ohio. He was all over this area, guys. And then, you know, obviously he went towards the Wisconsin area and all that stuff. But I don't know. That story weirded me out a lot. This dude's a weirdo. Completely.
Hey, don't forget about the Hillside Stranglers.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of them, guys. Green River, Hillside, Gainesville Ripper, and all of these. I did a series probably 3 years ago now about a lot of the movies that had come out. Good to see you, AR. I hope you're having a great holiday, my friend. We never got together on that show you wanted to do, but I told you to reach out. Completely forgot about it until I just saw you now. But what's up, bra guy? And when I went into all these different stories about all these killers and stuff like that they've made movies out of and whatever. The movie Scream is based off of the Gainesville Ripper, and just every one of them seems to have something on them. You know what I didn't know? After I watched the Ed Gein thing on Netflix, how many of these well, based on the story they told, how many of these serial killers based what they did off of him, Gein himself. That's how that story ended up being told, and I was like, "Are you serious?"
The Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That's where that came from. Was Ted Gein.
Yeah, parts of it. Parts of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the Psycho, Alfred Hitchcock wrote. What's his name? Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs. All of them.
Yep.
God, yeah. Hey, Siggy.
All these guys we're sitting here talking about, Brian
What's
Koberg
that?
ain't none of that.
None of it. That's the point that I was pointing. That's why I started showing you guys this stuff. Does anybody see Brian Koberger in any version of any of what we've talked about? And I know that doesn't mean anything always, you guys, but no. Yeah, Brian's right. Jaws, that's one serial killer that I can't really say I ever expected to be one. I hope you know that's not a true story, Brian. That was a joke, by the way, guys.
I mean, these guys killed for sport. I mean, I hate to laugh, but it's the truth.
Yeah, and yet
It's just-
my wife had that same issue because she's a psychology major and she's got her degrees in psychology. She let that stuff get in her head when she was watching the Geen thing with Charlie Hunnam, because again, that's one of her favorite actors. And she said it bothered her a lot because it was so like he did really good. It was crazy. Amityville.
I'm gonna look up this real quick. 'Cause I don't think y'all know who I'm talking about.
Who?
There's a serial killer that I was from Atlanta, Georgia, from late 70s to early 80s, and he was a child killer.
And out of Atlanta, Georgia, I don't know. I know we had one here in Ohio that wasn't really recognized a whole lot by name. I can't remember his name, out of Cleveland, but this dude had a bunch of people buried under his house. A bunch.
Are you talking about John Wayne Gacy?
No. This was in Cleveland. It was a black gentleman. I can't think of his name, but he was bad, guys. It was bad.
I think I know you're talking about. I just can't remember his name.
He doesn't get recognized as much as some of these others do, but he should have been because it was bad, really bad. Absolutely, Allie. Have a great night, hon. If I don't see you, I hope you have a wonderful Christmas.
Yeah, Wayne Williams is the one I was thinking of.
Wayne Williams. I have heard the name.
Very scary. And to this very day, when I did seen a recent.
Go ahead.
I seen a most recent interview, and still to this very day, he says he didn't do that.
Well, I'm sure. The Atlanta child killer, Tomboy said. Is that who you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No. I'll find the guy from Cleveland. I'll find him. Where's it at? Oh my God! Just a second here. No, you're the one you guys said that Ariel Castro. That's not him. He's the guy that kept all those girls locked up in Cleveland. That I drove by that house too many a times, and they were there for years. It's crazy.
Anthony Sowell was his name. Sowell, the one that had all the bodies under the house.
That's it, Sewell. Yes. Yeah, that guy.
They called him the Cleveland Strangler.
The Cleveland Strangler. That's it. Thank you. I've never covered that case, and I should have, because this guy, it was bad. Like, it was so bad that people that lived down in other blocks could smell his house because of the bodies, and the dude just nope. I'm trying to think of the road. Imperial and something else. I can't remember the name of it, but I've been through that area too. The dude
Imperial Avenue in Cleveland, Ohio.
Yes, that's it. Yep. Oh yeah, Imperial Avenue.
Somewhere in California, it kind of reminds me. The Japanese guy and another dude was taking people to his property and was filming themselves killing these people.
Mm-hmm.
And they finally when they got caught, one of them got caught anyway and wound up taking some kind of drug and pretty much killed him on the spot. But the Japanese guy wound up going up to Canada.
Gotcha.
And it was a lot of issues between trying to expedite somebody from Canada, but they finally did it. And
yeah,
Charles, Tomboy's on it. Yeah, that's the one.
Oh, Tomboy, she knows her shit when it comes to this stuff.
There's some sick people, man.
Yeah, for real though.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sewell said that he had 11 victims buried under his house, and the stench went on for years and years.
There was more than 11. He claims 11, I think it was, but there was. I think they at some point they found more than that. I'm pretty sure that's correct. Ariel Castro was the one that had kept the 3 or 4 girls captive in the house for over 10 years. Yeah, Tomboy knows a lot about this stuff. We've had conversations, I promise you. Yeah, right. It probably was Lucy's basement. That makes sense now. Oh yeah, Jack the Ripper, of course. You cannot miss. He was probably one of the ones that got me involved in this stuff because I was always mesmerized by his case. Always.
Apparently they've now discovered who he actually is.
Yeah, they come to find out thanks to IGG stuff. I think it is that they figured it out with, believe it or not.
And see, for the longest time, I thought it was that one guy, Charles Allen Lechmere. He was one of the suspects, and he actually worked right along one of the victims where they were found. Bucks Row. He would walk down Bucks Row every morning, and that's where they found one of the very first victims.
Right. Yeah, I think I may go back in and do another series on the SKs and might be fun. Just a short little excerpts about different serial killers now that we've gone through this, just for the hell of it, because I always enjoyed doing it when I did it before. You ever hear the pig farmer killer? Killed a lot of girls in yeah. I remember that one, Cat Lady in Vancouver. I mean, listen, we had a situation happen here, not in where I live now, but very close to here, where they found what they believed to be pieces of 20 different people on a farm that raised pigs. Pieces of 20 different people. They found bones that didn't match up to one person. So there was 20 different versions of people. They were pieces and parts of bones that for whatever reason, and they could never charge anybody. So figure that out.
Have you heard about those bodies that's been appearing in the marshes up down there in Texas?
Oh yeah, I covered that a while back, Robert. Along with the Lady Bird Lake thing. A girl I dated in high school, her daughter went missing a few years ago. I can't remember her daughter's name, but her last name was Nepper. We dated in high school, and her daughter went walking in a neighborhood I grew up in. When she went missing, nobody could find her. And another guy that her and I went to school with, they found her daughter's bones in a fire pit behind a house he owned in Ashtabula. And he ended up getting charged with not only hers, but others. I'm trying to think. This one, I always mess it up because I didn't get I remember talking to her on Facebook all the time. Don't worry, they'll find her. She probably just ran off, but she had a daughter at home. And let me show you real quick if this should have been put out. Years ago because of the serious severity of it. And I can't think of her name. Wait a minute. There's a lot of crazies that have come out of this state, out of Ohio. I'll tell you that much. Oh, here's the story real quick. So this came out. Yeah, this has been over 10 years. Alicia Bell. Her name was Alicia Bell. 1 minute here. And he lived in Trumbull County, but he was a drug dealer. And he also had a home in Ashtabula County. There you
Just released about new information just released about human remains found at an Ashtabula County home. The home's resident was just arraigned on numerous charges, including abuse of a corpse.
Investigator Sarah Buttison is in Ashtabula County with details. Sarah, we are now learning more about how the remains were found.
During a news conference here at the Ashtabula County Sheriff's Office that wrapped up just 90 minutes ago, we learned more about how law enforcement officers made the disturbing discovery. This is the man police arrested. They say 40-year-old James E. Brooks.
I was friends with him in high school, and I played football with him. He played for the same football team we did. We went to state. He was a good dude back then. He was quiet. I mean, you'd have never thought. And he was very outgoing. Everybody was friends with him, and then this shit happens, and they're like, whoa.
Sold drugs to undercover officers. When they went to execute an arrest warrant at his house on US Route 6 yesterday morning, agents searched the fire pit looking for evidence of drugs. But instead, they found human remains. More remains were found in the woods behind the home. Police say
That's Alicia. That's my ex's daughter.
Brooks was seen with two women reported missing to Warren police, including 18-year-old Alicia Bell. But today, Ashtabula Sheriff William Johnson told us it is way too soon to start making predictions about whose remains were found at the home.
This time we don't know how many.
Now, the whole fire pit drug thing, everybody's like, what? It was thought that he tried to burn. They were supposed to be a raid done. They were going to raid his house because he was a bad drug dealer. So they thought he burnt because there was a smoke, like a fire pit that was smoking when they came to arrest him. So they thought maybe he burned all the drugs up. Well, they put everything out and cooled it down, and they started finding bones in there, and they found Alicia's bones. And we were all like, what? Because him and Alicia's mother were friends too. I think they dated at one time too. It's weird. This happened 10 years ago, so it was 2015. Yeah, he's 40. I was 40. I'm 41. So we're the same age. That's about right.
If it's male or female, or if in fact it coincides with the missing juvenile and adult females that are missing in Warren.
Yeah, it was really sad because I remember Tiffany. We stayed friends. You know, we grew up together. We dated slightly through high school, and then we stayed friends throughout. We all grew up in the same city, Warren, and like we were all out looking for Alicia, trying to help her find Alicia. And then this shit happened. And it was like, what? It's like a punch in the face. It was so bad. Oh wow! See, small world, isn't it? Yeah. He was my friend in high school. We all were friends, and you'd have never ever thought. I completely forgot about that until just now.
Who said Brooks was just arraigned in a Western County court in Geneva. His bond was set at $700,000. Besides the abuse of a corpse charge he's facing, he is also charged with 4 counts of weapons under disability, 4 counts of drug trafficking, and 1 count of tampering with evidence. Live at the Ashtabula County Sheriff's Office, I'm investigator Sarah Buttison, News Channel 5.
Court documents show that
it was wild
that the 13-year-old murder victim's father owed a drug debt of $3,000.
Believe it or not, guys, a lot of shit happens around here. A whole lot. Right down the road from where I live now, there was a story that made it onto Unsolved Mysteries, and like 3 or 4 of those types of shows where they broke into this woman's house and they lit her on fire in the basement, and it was her daughter. Yeah, her daughter broke into the house, or her daughter was at the house, and she called her boyfriend, and they went back and they robbed her mother, and then beat her up real bad, and then lit her on fire in the basement to try to cover it up. The granddaughter came home, the fire had gone out, and she smelled something. She couldn't find her grandmother, so she goes downstairs, and boom. And yeah, it made it on day. It was crazy. It was all over drugs. It's always over drugs. It's nuts.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. And everybody knows the reason why I'm here to begin with is because of the friend of mine that was killed when we were younger, who the guy who did it still sitting on death row. That happened when I was 12. Okay, I'm 51. Yeah, I think that might be it. Wait a minute. No, that's not it. Hold on a minute. This is old, guys. This one's really old. I showed some of you guys already.
Oh, Halderson?
Who?
What's his name? Chancellor Halderson? He killed his parents.
I don't recognize that name.
Let me see something.
Hold on here. Let me see if this is it right here. Give me a second. Here, this is what brought me, since some of you guys have asked me, this is truly what brought me into true crime. This always sucks to listen to, but it needs to be seen and heard. Okay. This was a friend of mine.
85 at approximately 5. According to court records, on September 10th, 1985, at approximately 5:15 p.m., Raymond Fife left home on his bicycle to visit a friend, Billy Simmons. After learning that the 12-year-old had not arrived at his friend's home by 5:50, Fife's family began searching for him. Raymond Fife's father found his son more than 4 hours later in a wooded field behind the Value King supermarket on Palmyra Road in Warren, Ohio. The child was naked and appeared to have been severely beaten, and his face was burned. Raymond's underwear was found tied around his neck and appeared to have been lit on fire. Raymond died in a hospital 2 days later. The coroner ruled Raymond's death on a homicide, testifying before the trial that the victim had been choked and had a hemorrhage in his brain. The coroner also said that Fife sustained several burns, damage to his rectal bladder area, and bite marks on his penis. Through testimony from 3 Warren Western Reserve High School students, the jury learned that Danny Lee Hill and Timothy Combs were in the area of Value King and the bike trails on the evening of Raymond Fife was assaulted. One of the students has also seen Fife riding his bike in the store parking lot. A student who said he saw Combs on a trail said he also heard a child's scream. Another student said he saw Combs pulling up his.
So, real quick here. He was going to Billy's house because we were all in Scouts together, and we all took this same trail on our bikes to go to Scouts. 2 of us didn't go that night. He was going to Billy's house to meet up with him because he was going to go with him, and he never made it. And there was a few other things done to Ray that this guy didn't read. Sorry to interrupt.
Zipper of his blue jeans. 2 days after Fife was found, Danny Lee Hill, who was 18 at the time, went to the Warren police station to inquire about the $5,000 reward that was being offered for him.
Now, I want to tell you, too, Danny Lee Hill, his uncle Morris Hill was the lead detective in Warren City. That, too.
Information concerning the murder. According to the police sergeant Thomas Stewart, Hill told him that he had just seen someone he knew riding Fife's bike. When Stewart asked Hill how he knew the bike belonged to Fife, he replied, "I know it is." Sergeant Stewart testified that during their conversation, it became apparent that Hill knew a lot about the bike and the underwear that was found around Fife's neck. On the following Monday, September 16th, Hill went to the police station accompanied by his uncle, Warren Police Detective Morris Hill. Police saying after waiving his Miranda rights, Danny Lee Hill admitted on audio and videotape that he was present.
No, Ray was a year older than me. He was in a class ahead of me, JC.
During the beating and sexual assault
We all just lived in the same neighborhood and played together.
of Raymond Fife, but that Timothy Combs did everything to the victim. Combs was eventually convicted of felonious sexual penetration, arson, rape, kidnapping, and aggravated murder. Since Combs was 17-year-old at the time, he was not eligible for the death penalty and is serving a life sentence.
Trigger warning. This video includes sensitive and violent content that may not be suitable for all viewers. This video is for 18 plus only.
Prison in 2018. Good.
Yeah, Tim Combs died from, I can't remember exactly what he had, but he died in prison. And Denny, which was the lead perpetrator on this, and did most everything. He tried to put it all on Tim Combs, but he actually did all this. They did some bad stuff, you guys. There was castration done, things like that. It's beyond disgusting. And 1985 is when this happened, and the man is still alive, sitting on death row.
Hill was also convicted on the same charges, but since he was 18 years old at the time, Fife was assaulted. He was sentenced to death. Hill has several unsuccessful appeals, the most notable on which he claimed that he was mentally retarded and not subject to the death penalty. Well, that's just too damn bad. I've been waiting for this son of a bitch to die for a long time. I was in high school at this time. I knew his cousin and Lori Fife, and I went to school with her. And this son of a bitch sit there and play these games all these times, and his death date was he was sentenced to a death date now. There was some other person, I remember in court or on the news about 5 years ago, that there was another guy who was going to be put to death. He was claiming he was mentally retarded. Now, I'm going to say.
Yeah, Charles. Charles. I can't remember his name, but his last name, but he killed an old couple at the end of my road. And he was put to death. He did it after Danny did this, but he was put to death before Danny Lee Hill because he didn't have all the appeals, and he tried to pull the mentally retarded card and all this and that, and they completely ignored it. What the hell was his last name? Chucky Lorraine. He used to cut their grass, and the Montgomerys. They lived at the end of my road, and he went there one day, kicked in the front door, killed them. They were both like they're a friend of mine's grandparents. They were probably in their late 60s, early 70s, and he went in and killed them, and then that happened. So.
You have my condolences, Dago, for your friend.
Oh yeah, thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. That's what got me into this for real.
That's what it is. He's saying he claims he's mentally retarded, and then he changed his plea and says no, he just wants to be put to death. When he was asked, he says, "I was just afraid to be put to death. That's all. I was just playing." And that's exactly what that piece of crap Danny Lee Hill is doing. On Columbus, Ohio, the Supreme Court on Wednesday set July 22nd, 2026 as the execution date for Danny Lee Hill, a Trumbull County man convicted of murdering 12-year-old boy in 1985. However, it is unclear whether Hill will be put to death on that date or at all. Given Ohio's long difficulties with obtaining lethal injection drugs, Governor Mike DeWine has repeatedly
Yeah, so supposedly July of this coming summer, he's supposed to get it. Let me see here. This is what he. When was this? 5 years ago. Hold on here.
This chapter in the legal saga that's left a Trumbull County mother fighting for justice more than 30 years after her son's death. Danny Lee Hill was convicted of torturing and killing 12-year-old Raymond Fife in Warren back in 1985. The 6th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals ruled this year that executing Hill would be unconstitutional because he is intellectually disabled. But now that same panel of judges heard oral arguments on the case again last week at the request of the Ohio Attorney General. So joining us to weigh in on where this case could go from here, our legal expert and author of The Executioner's Toll 2010, Attorney Matt Mangino. Good morning, Matt.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us. No, I wanted to know what you thought about this case. This was a rehearing, something that the Ohio Attorney General Dave Yost requested. The state appealed the 3-judge panel's ruling that it would be unconstitutional to give Hill the death penalty. The 6th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals based their decision.
Anyway, I was just showing you guys what got me involved in it. I know you guys probably don't want to hear this, but that's what brought me into, like, really truly brought me into true crime, because of pushing for justice, because stuff like this happens. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's sickening to me that you can sit on death row for 30 plus odd years, and his mother, Ray's mother, she became an advocate, and she has, I swear to you guys, the rest of Ray's family, his dad, his uncles, everybody's passed on. Poor Miriam, Ray's mom, she became an advocate after all this happened, of course, which happens a lot. And there she is there. And I swear she's truly, I've always said that she's staying alive just to watch Danny get the death penalty. Hold on a minute.
Do you ever still talk to her?
She can't. She's in really bad shape now. Like, she's at the end of the road. She retired. Hold on a minute here. Yeah, this was 10 years ago that she retired. She was done with all the advocacy and stuff like that, but she's really in bad shape now. We've seen her here and there, but she can't really, like, deal with. Yeah, she's starting to get dementia and stuff like that. She's really not able to deal with people anymore. I talked to her nephew, which was Ray's cousin, Mike. He went to school with us too, and she's still pushing forward though.
Heartbroken in 1985 when her 12-year-old son was murdered. She still grieves every day, but has also spent the last 30 years helping others through similar situations. Her job in the Trumbull County Prosecutor's Office allows her to provide that assistance. WKBN 27 First News reporter Jeff Lefkowitz tells us what's next, since today was her last day at work.
Miriam Fife has been a fixture at the Trumbull County Courthouse as a victim witness advocate for the last 30 years. Today, she walked out of the courtroom for the last time.
I'm ready. I'm going to be bored. I'm going to have a hard time trying to find things to do, but I'm ready to separate myself from the daily regimen.
Trumbull County Prosecutor Dennis Watkins says he'll miss Fife, who he hired after the murder of her 12-year-old son Raymond back in 1985.
One of my best, if not my best hire.
Watkins says she has gained a statewide reputation and dealt with every victim over the years with an open heart.
You hire some people and they make a career out of a job, but there are a few that make a difference.
Fife has helped counsel thousands of victims over the years and says there's always a hole there that can never be filled.
I think that big question, why? And I try to tell them that question can never be answered, because if they give you a reason why, it's not good enough.
He says there have been so many cases over the years that have touched her heart, and she's happy that she's been able to touch the lives of others.
And years later, I'll run into people in the store. Oh, Mrs. Fife, you don't remember me, but you don't know how much you helped me. And it just makes you feel good because everything I do in my son's name.
And while she is retiring, she isn't fading off completely. Fife will continue to help victims in certain cases. In Warren, I'm Trumbull County Bureau Chief Jeff Left Coolidge, WKBN 27 First News.
They need to slap. They need to slap that dude in the electric chair.
I never get it. They asked him one time. They did an interview with him years and years ago, why he did it. Truly, they just said, you know, everything else that you've talked about. Why did you do it, Danny? His answer, no lie, was because he could. I don't know. I just felt weird that day, and I did it because I could. At that moment, if you could have put me in a room with him, I'm telling you, that was rough, you guys. That changed our lives when we were kids, because back then, like we've always told everybody, you've always heard, you go out when the sun comes up, you leave the house and you don't come back till the street lights come on.
Yes.
That changed things from that day forward. Our parents got super overprotective and locked down. You know, every parent had each other's phone numbers in the neighborhood, and everybody would talk to each other daily. Where's your kid? Where's your kid? What are we doing? Everybody knew where everybody's kids were. And that's when the neighborhood, in our area, the neighborhood watch program started coming out. Things like it was just insane. And we were scared, you know. And then I think shortly thereafter, that is when Chuck Lorraine killed the Montgomerys at the end of my road. That made it worse. So at that point, my parents did not allow me to go anywhere, folks, until I became a teenager. And then, even then, it was a struggle. So,
yeah, because I remember my great-grandparents' house, like at the end of the block, mind you, this was back in 86, 87. You start seeing these signs pop up, neighborhood watch, with this like shadowy person. And I'd ask my grandparents, I'd ask my grandparents, what's going on? Oh, well, we started a neighborhood watch program because it's getting bad in this neighborhood.
Yeah.
And that was in like 86, 87.
Yeah. It's that I'm still traumatized from this. And like I said, this is what made me want to push for justice in these cases, especially when it comes to kids. A lot of you guys know how I am about kids, things like that. This is why, truly, it's it's insane.
You know, we had a bad one here back, and I'd say it was like 88, 89. It was the Nancy Shoemaker case. She was about 10 years old, and she was walking from a Dillon store over here off of Seneca, and she was walking up there for her little brother who was sick, because she had stayed home and was babysitting him, and she made it to the store, and she was halfway home when she was kidnapped by these two men. One of them, his name was Donald Wacker. And what was weird at the time that she was kidnapped, Donald Wacker was a senior at the high school I was going to. Yeah, I was a junior and he was a senior. And his friend, who was much, much older, I'd say in his 30s or 40s, they ended up kidnapping this little girl and strangling her. And they didn't find her body for until about 3 or 4 days later, and it was very tough on her family. Her dad's name was Bo Shoemaker, and he put I
heard that. I remember that name from somewhere.
He put out a reward for to find his daughter, and there was like search teams and everything here in Wichita around that time. And they found her about 3 or 4 days later. I can't remember where they found her at, but she was strangled, and the bottom portion of her clothes was missing. They ended up sentencing Donald Wacker to life in prison because he wasn't all there upstairs. But the other guy that was arrested with him got the death penalty because he had some other cases down in Texas that he was running from. Same type of case, kidnapping of a child, but he had murdered them, and there was like 3 or 4 kids down there he had murdered. So he ended up getting the death penalty down in Texas, but he got a life sentence here. You're muted.
That's definitely crazy. Very crazy. For sure. You know what, Siggy, I'm not done yet. In fact, I was telling DA this morning that I'm going to have to redo it now because of there's some other things I want to add. That's what we were discussing this morning. I'm going to rewrite parts of it. I'm still working on it because there's so many, I don't know what to add and not to add and so on and so forth. So I'm still working on it, but I should be done with it soon. And when I get completely done, and then when I send it off, I'll show you guys exactly what I sent. That's the whole plan to begin with. So my apologies, but I want to add some things to it that DA and I talked about this morning. I want to get with him again before I finish it up for sure and see what he's doing on his end. And I'm going to do my thing myself. So
But yeah, after that, a lot of the laws here that we have when it comes to children changed on that day. Oh,
yeah. And JC, they closed the school for 2 days, I think it was, and then we went back, if I remember right. It was either for that or something. I remember being off school for a couple of days. Truly. So I think that's going to do it, guys. I'm sure I'm boring you with all this stuff now. Asking when we got off of the other subjects. I'm sorry about that, but something brought that to my mind to show you.
I'm enjoying it, actually, Dago. You were all right, but Chancellor Halderson, that was the I stumbled across that on YouTube one time, and they it was about he murdered his parents.
Right.
And he was lying to his dad, saying that he was going to college, going to college, and he had a job offer working for SpaceX, and ended up doing was he bought a gun, and when his dad got home one day, and there was a day of confrontation because his dad was found out he was lying to him pretty much, and he didn't want to come out and tell the truth and this, that, and the other, and ended up shooting his dad in the back and chopping him up and put him in the freezer. He called his mom and told his mom, he said that he would like to have a Coke. She don't mind stopping by the store to get him a Coke. Anyways, when she got home, he jumped on her and killed her and chopped them both up and put them in the freezer. He had his girlfriend come over, and he was trying to dispose of the bodies, trying to burn them in the fireplace. Well, that didn't work. So what he did was he wound up taking the body parts to his girlfriend's house, and was trying to cut them up and put them in a oil bin, like an oil container or something. And he was trying to put the body parts in that, and that didn't work out well. Long story short, I was watching that whole trial. Not one time his defense ever objected or anything. It was pretty much one of those trials where all the witnesses did never get cross-examined. It was the prosecution pretty much told the story and laid it out, the facts of the case, and they played you talking about lies on top of lies on top of lies till you can't lie anymore, and then the lie of the lie, it all was stacking against it. So you watch that, interview with him in his interrogation, you'll see what I'm talking about. Pretty much, he got life in jail. And then right at the end, he made a statement that if there's any lawyer out there that's willing to look at his case to get a hold of him, well, he's still sitting in jail. Rightfully so. His mother, come to find out, they found her body parts in a lake. Well, that's what told on him, because they pinged his phone and he lied to his girlfriend about it. So that's how that happened. There was another one that was just like him. And this guy he went to school in LSU, down South Louisiana. His parents was paying his way through school. Well, his dad was about ready to retire, and his stepmom was going to retire with him, and they already had plans with the cabin, I think somewhere up in Tennessee or whatever. And in the holiday for Thanksgiving, he already planned it all out. He wrote it all out in a notebook, step by step, what supplies to get, went to the store and got everything he needed. The blue pens, from the Clorox to everything to dispose of the body. After the holiday season, when everybody left, he was there by himself with his parents. He went upstairs, jumped on his dad, killed his dad, chopped off both of his hands, put his hands right in the middle of in the hallway. So when you walk up the stairs, you see two sets of hands sitting there. And he done cut his daggone father up and put him in this big ass blue ass bin. When his stepmom came home from shopping that day, just like Chancellor, he jumped on her. Dago. This sadistic son of a bitch chopped his damn stepmama's head off and got a big old huge pot and put her head in the pot. Turned the daggone stove all the way up and had the damn house cooking at 99 degrees. That happened right about the time when COVID hit, when all that was happening. Wild. And it's all because his parents was going to cut him off of funding. Both of them.
People do crazy things for money. That's nuts.
Yeah,
we've had some wild stuff go on here. There was another one I was going to show you, but like I said, it seems like this got a little bit boring to you guys, and I don't want to bore you.
It's cool to do stuff like this. You know, it's the same old thing we get from following that IDAHO4 case.
Well, these are just different stories, and I thought we could end it up with this stuff. But take care, Robert. The Akron spree killer was another one that was bad, and that's literally right up the road from me too. This happened a while ago. Let me see here. I think I still have this.
If memory serves me right, I believe Chandler was in Wisconsin.
Yeah. If I remember right, you are right. Here, I'll show you. Hey, Happy, good to see you.
And the other guy, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on his name. I didn't even bother looking him up. I tried, but I couldn't get his name. But that happened out in Tennessee.
Right. Hold on a minute. Let me see if I can pull this for you guys. And again, if you guys don't want me to, just say nope, and I'll shut her down. But I figured a few more minutes, I could show this one to you too. Because this is literally right down the road from me as well. I think this should be good enough. It's a quick once over of it. Here we go.
Thank you.
Located in the northeast section of Ohio, the city of Akron is the 5th largest city in the state. It would earn the moniker of rubber capital.
Good night, Kim. Have a good night, dear.
Of the world beginning in the late 1800s, as the 4 major tire companies in the country would be headquartered here. Like other Rust Belt cities, it would boom during the first half of the 20th century, but by the 1980s, much of its industry had exited. Over the last 60 years, just under 100,000 people have left Akron. Methamphetamines have been the largest source of crime in the city, with Summit County becoming the 3rd highest producer of the drug in the United States, earning it the new nickname of Meth Capital of Ohio. But back in the late 80s, when Akron was still in the death throes of deindustrialization, a different criminal was prowling the northern outskirts of town, ready to explode. In just 5 short months at the end of 1987, a series of murders occurred that left police clueless and its citizens terrified. While 2 of the 6 murders have been solved in the past few years thanks to advancements in DNA testing, the person or persons who is rubbing out women in the Rubber City remains at large today.
Goes on in San Francisco for the man known as the Zodiac Killer.
There could be a serial killer in Chicago.
The Oakland County child killer, Phantom Killer.
Frankfurt slasher.
4 children have now been murdered.
Has killed 5, says he's going to kill again.
15 brutally murdered young women.
The pattern is the same.
One by one, the death count started rising.
A man in a mask robbed, tied, and stabbed them.
Strangled, stuffed in burlap bags.
It is highly unlikely that these women were murdered by separate men.
Where will the killer strike next? Police can't answer who or why.
That's the question that we'll never know.
I don't want to live the rest of my life wondering if this person's going to be caught.
I believe that there's someone out there that has knowledge.
And he's probably still at large.
It was August 10th, 1987, when 31-year-old part-time hospital receptionist Janice Christensen went for a jog along the bike and hike trail in Hudson Township, just north of the city. A fitness fanatic, she had already hit the gym with her husband that morning before he left for work, but she decided to go for a quick run before meeting with her mother that afternoon. Normally, she would bring her dog named Wolf along with her on runs, but today she decided to go alone. Arriving 5 minutes early for their shopping date, Janice's mother would wait around for an hour on Janice, but she never returned home, nor would she answer the phone the rest of the day. When Janice's husband came back from work, the pair would phone police who would check the trail's parking lot for a vehicle, but did not find it. The next morning, husband Kenneth Christensen would take Wolf and walk down the bike and hike trail when the dog picked up a scent. Less than half a mile north on the former railway converted into trail, Wolf would go down into the brush here, and the pair made a grisly discovery. Janice's body had been hidden in the thick underbrush, her torso stabbed several times after she had been sexually assaulted.
We always thought we were out in the country. This type of stuff always happens in the city. It doesn't happen out here.
Newspapers would report that this murder bore similarities to at least 2 other recent sexual assaults at knife point on women. Those 2 victims, a 17-year-old and 31-year-old, were both assaulted in public parks and provided descriptions to police. Five days after Janice was found, police would locate her vehicle at a drugstore in Bedford, 13 miles north from the trail's parking lot. They would question a man from Cleveland who had been witnessed driving a similar vehicle around, but quickly determined he was not responsible. Already with 1 murder, the population was tense, and when 33-year-old Day Blaine Mueller went missing on August 23rd, papers played up the fact that the woman was sometimes known to have jogged at this time, though it was unknown if she had on this particular Sunday. She would be found several days later and confirmed she had left on her own volition, so the case was dropped. Meanwhile, over 20 companies, civic groups, and citizens volunteered to help remove shrubs along sidewalks and parks in Canton, Ohio, a city just south of Akron. The murder of Janice was noted as being the impetus for this decision. On a less positive note, some found an editorial comic published by the Akron Beacon Journal to be in poor taste after the murder, though no apology would come forward. It was 8 p.m. August 21st when 47-year-old Joanne Bartholomew left night service at the First Church of God in the suburb of Talmadge. Joanne served as a chairperson at the church and operated 2 local Dairy Queen restaurants with her husband. After church, she went to the nearby Chapel Hill Mall, where she was believed to have been witnessed looking at VCRs. Unaware that she had plans to come to the mall, after waking up sometime after midnight and discovering Joanne had not come home, her husband searched around the church area for her.
I woke up, it was about midnight, and I got up and I called and she wasn't there, and I got scared.
It would be 3 days later when her family would make the same horrifying discovery that Kenneth Christensen had made a month prior. The morning after her disappearance, Joanne's husband, Chuck Bartholomew, had already reported her missing to police when he found her blood-stained car in the parking lot of Chapel Hill Mall. Though it is permanently closed today, back in '87, the mall was still a bustling place. Joined by local volunteers, her family had begun fanning out, searching the surrounding areas, when at 3 p.m. October 24th, they would head into the woods behind this store, which back then was the Best Products Co. Inc., a discount department store located just across the street from the mall. About 25 feet down this embankment, square in what is now a homeless colony, is where Joanne's partially nude body was found by a relative and her fiancé. She had been stabbed repeatedly in the chest and neck after being sexually assaulted. Police instantly noted the similarities between her murder and Janice Christensen's and determined the killer had driven both vehicles from where the murders occurred. On October 26, detectives would find Joanne's purse and credit cards discarded in Patterson Park about a mile and a half southwest of her murder site. One day later, a jogger would find another credit card and some other items of hers. A reward fund was set up at National City Bank by Summit County prosecutor Lynn Slabby, and donations by November 5th had come to around $3,300. Her church would begin Joanne's Pantry in her honor, a food pantry that still operates to this day.
Well, God bless you, and you have a good month.
Thank you. Wow.
Right now.
In 45 volunteers who cater to 450 families who depend on Joanne's Pantry for food, a way it's been since her callous murder in 1987.
It was heartbreaking to know that someone who would have given you anything you asked her for would have been treated in such a way.
Chuck Bartholomew still remembers nearly every moment of December 21st, 1987, his final day with his 47-year-old wife.
I live it every day. Never will go away. She was my best friend, my business partner, the mother of my children.
Meanwhile, the week prior, police had been inundated by over 30 calls of another body being located near Chapel Hill Mall. Something the police said was just rumors from people being frightened by Bartholomew's murder. On November 24th, police released information stating they were 99% sure that an African-American male had killed Joanne, based on evidence submitted to the lab. Prosecutor Slabby disputed the claims, however, stating he was not in complete agreement with the killer's race, unless the evidence was something he was unaware of, and Akron police declined to specify what the evidence submitted specifically was. This no doubt added to the panic that was growing, as residents of the neighborhood where a purse was found had experienced over 80 break-in robberies during October and almost 50 in November. Things were starting to cool down after 2 arrests in those robberies by early December. just as the Akron spree killer was about to make his next move. Returned home by 4:30 a.m. the next morning, her husband Larry began phoning friends and family before police were called and a search began. It was the night of the 15th when two residents of this apartment complex that was 6 blocks from the Potter home would approach a 1987 Oldsmobile Cutlass that was parked by the dumpster behind the building. Inside was Marcia's body, lying on the seat. She had been stabbed multiple times but left fully clothed, leading police to believe robbery was the motive in her killing, but that didn't stop panic setting in. The local crisis center was flooded with calls from terrified women and concerned husbands asking what they could do to be safe, and even recommendations on firearms, but they barely had time to prepare before the next murder. It was Saturday, December 19th, when 17-year-old high school student Barbara Blotnick left home with friends. Described as a free spirit who liked records, dancing, and babysitting, Barbara lived in Garfield Heights, about 30 miles north of Akron and just south of Cleveland. She phoned home at 10:30 p.m. to let her parents know she would be home shortly from the party she was at, but never arrived. The next morning, they would phone Barbara's friends to see if she had spent the night with any of them, and just as they were about to phone police, they were given awful news. At 10:20 that morning, a KSD oil and gas employee discovered Barbara's nude, strangled body in this wooded area by the entrance to the Blossom Music Center, which is just over halfway down to Akron from the Blotnick home. This time, it was believed multiple persons had assaulted her, and she fought back. Police stressed they did not believe it to be linked to the others, though at the same time, a task force was formed to look at all 4 of the cases. Lynn Slabby stated he wanted to bring multiple agents together to brainstorm over the cases, which were the first group of homicides to go without arrests in Summit County. Bizarrely, it was reported that Barbara's left palm was covered in writing and was amputated from her body to be sent for analysis by the FBI. Parts were illegible, but it was stated as being some numbers with words beneath them. Meanwhile, Akron's fear would boil over, with rumors spreading that someone was hiding underneath cars, waiting to slash the ankles of women. Other urban legends began to resurface, such as a man disguised as an old woman asking for rides in mall parking lots, all of which were blamed on being perpetuated by local radio station WNIR. With the creation of the task force, the killings seemed to stop. And while Akron's crime rate continued to go up, no similar murders occurred. But what about going backwards? Beginning in the summer of 1987, 2 other murders of middle-aged women occurred in Akron, and as of yet, only one of those has been solved. The first was the discovery of 33-year-old Carolyn Peaches Mills inside this abandoned factory on July 15th. A real estate agent was entering the second-story office room of the former Machinery Merchants International Rubber Factory when she discovered the naked, decomposing body of Carolyn, who had been missing since July 5th. That day was Carolyn's daughter's 16th birthday. The single mother was described as quiet. The 80s had been tough for her. First, her brother would die of a rare skin disease in 1981, an event so traumatic for Carolyn that she had stopped working as a machinist. Then, in July 1983, another devastating event occurred when her 2 sons, Osage and Antoine, drowned while swimming in the Ohio Canal here on the north part of Summit Lake. Suing the city for $2 million, Carroll claimed the city was negligent in not having a fence up around the water, but the case would be dismissed. Tragedy would continue to haunt the family when in 1990, the home of Carolyn's mother and stepfather would burn down just before Thanksgiving. Then, there was a September 6, 1987 murder of 41-year-old Mary Robinson, which took place almost exactly in the middle of the first and second murders of Christensen and Bartholomew.
No, this is about the Akron spree killer. I mean, not Zodiac. This is in Akron, Ohio.
The single mother of two lived on the second floor of an apartment that formerly stood where this McDonald's now sits in the corner of West Market and Valley Streets, less than 3 miles directly north from Mills dump site. Though she was found naked like the rest, Mary had died from a gunshot to her left eye. As both Mary and Carolyn were African American, their deaths were believed unrelated. Mary's case would be solved in 2010 when DNA collected from her body would match that of Joseph Serraz, a man convicted of a series of assaults from 1986 to 1987 and was even questioned in the Janice Christensen murder at the time of her attack. He would be convicted of involuntary manslaughter and was given just an extra 10 years under his 25-year sentence, which would have seen him released just 4 years later. He has since died in prison. In 2019, Barbara Blotnick's case would be reopened with an almost immediate successful DNA match.
An arrest has been made in the decades-old murder case of 17-year-old Barbara Blotnick. Her murder haunted Northeast Ohio, no one more than her sister.
I'm excited, I'm scared.
A rush of feelings for Donna Zanath after hearing of an arrest in the murder of her sister more than 30 years ago.
It's scary to have a face to the monster. Do you know what I mean?
Now under arrest, 67-year-old James Astonic, who worked as a machinist at Ferrotherm in Garfield Heights, only about a half-mile away from where Blotnick was last seen.
The last thing in the world you'd expect, to be honest.
Stunned neighbors hearing the news outside the suspect's Slavic Village home, where sources tell 3 News police got DNA from Zastonic and described him as cooperative. Tonight, Cuyahoga Falls police tell us.
Yeah, I covered the torso killer, William. Good to see you tonight, by the way. Thanks for joining us.
James Astonic is in custody, charged with first-degree murder. Russ?
Wow, 33 years. Been alive.
Yes.
Thank you.
James Zastonic would be indicted for the murder based on DNA he claimed was during consensual sex. Though at first denying ever hearing of her, once arrested, he would confess to his sister that he had picked the girl up and taken her back to his house just a block away from where she was dropped off by her friends. He went on to claim that they had consensual sex and he dropped her back off. Unfortunately, before the case went to trial, he would die of cancer. Detectives had tried to run evidence back in 2004, but it could not be located or was unusable due to incorrectly being stored. Her hand with the writing was also noted as having gone missing, and if any clues were ever gleaned from it by the FBI, they have never been released. Zastonic maintained his innocence until the end, claiming he was being railroaded. His only prior criminal record was an incident of indecent exposure, yet he refused to take a polygraph test. In 2021, Janice Christensen's case would also be reopened, with possible DNA evidence and fingerprints being re-examined.
Well, Hudson police say a cold case 3 decades old is now heating up.
Investigators believe fingerprints or DNA evidence could solve the murder of Janice Christensen, who was attacked and stabbed on a running trail back in 1987.
As Bob Jones shows us, a state cold case unit is also working to find that suspect.
We haven't ruled out any suspects.
Today, Hudson Detective Tavis Campbell told us the department is taking a fresh look at Janice's case, and major progress after all these years is possible.
We have a lot of suspects, and we're hoping through the advances in technology, we can narrow that pool down significantly.
Hudson police have turned over every piece of possible evidence gathered in the crime to BCI agents, who are now examining all of it for any shred of DNA. The lead BCI special agent on the case says in addition to potential DNA clues, crime scene fingerprints are also being re-examined.
I do believe there's good evidence in this case, yes. I believe any case that is being reviewed has potential to produce a new lead.
The killing is the first Summit County case to be investigated by a state cold case unit created by the Attorney General's office last year.
Pursuing justice is always time well spent. Whether how much time has gone past, it doesn't matter.
In the meantime, detectives continue to ask for help from the public.
We don't want it to fade out of people's memories. And, you know, every day it gets a little bit further away from when Janice was killed.
In Hudson, Bob Jones, News 5.
Today, her murder, along with Joanne Bartholomew and Marcia Potter's, all remain unsolved, despite DNA evidence being noted as collected off all three bodies. Who was the culprit behind Akron's deadly end of 1987? Will future testing determine this killing spree to be unrelated cases? Or was one person responsible? Until that day comes, their friends and families can only hope that they will receive answers.
There you go, guys. The Akron spree killer. There's a lot more to it, but that was just a quick once over for those of you that are familiar with Ohio or any of that. Just a little something to think about. That will truly do it. I'm done boring you guys to death, and I appreciate you guys sticking around. Very much appreciated. Tammy, thanks for joining me as always. Same for Robert as well. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's pretty cool to look back on some of these old cases like that.
Yeah, I go through this stuff all around me all the time. I just don't show it all. But yeah, that's a little about some of the stuff going on around me or has gone on around me in this area, which is pretty wild. Ohio is not as boring as everybody thinks it is. There's a lot of crazy stuff that's happened here too. There's a whole lot more I could show you. Maybe one day I will. So anyway, thanks, Hemi, for joining. Again, Robert, thank you as well. I thought I was up to this point. Of course, I thought it was a great show. I really appreciate Lucy for putting out that video she did. That tells you a whole lot about a lot of stuff going on with this case, especially the timing advance stuff, which is a big issue. And of course, my apologies again for venting and blowing up the way I do every time I hear Hitler's voice. So once again, deepest apologies, guys. I appreciate you guys sticking around.
If there's any attorneys out there that just looks at that video and they just don't shake their head or go, "What the fuck?"
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know what to tell them.
Amen to that one. And I should be back in here tomorrow for sure. In fact, I know I will, because I'm pretty sure that the boss lady here is going to be, she has to go back to work tomorrow for half a day, and then she's shopping, I think. So we'll see. I don't know. Or no, she has to go shopping with my son. He's shopping. That's what it is. That's what I think I was told. But either way, thank you guys again for joining me tonight. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. Thank you for your attention to the stuff we were referring to in Idaho. As always, we'll be back tomorrow with I'm not sure what, but I'll find out in the morning. Guys, don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. If I don't see any of you before Christmas by some chance, I hope you have an amazing Christmas. And I hope to see you all very soon, guys. Again, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people. And don't ever forget to know your own self-worth, folks. It's the most important thing.
Mm-hmm.
Love to you all. Good night. God bless. And I'll see you soon. Take care, guys.
Later.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city perfect picture of what they chose to do. The quiet street erupts in flashing light, a reckoning delivered in the night. SWAT serves the warrant, loud and clear, the sound of justice, the only thing we hear at the True Crime Cafe. We watch the suspect finally pay. The dark truth is backed and signed and sealed. The wound is closed, the name is finally healed. It's finally healed. The cafe's empty, closed for the night. We put the darkness back into the light. We'll wipe the counter, set the empty chair, and wait right here for the next secret laid bare. Until the